Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to the Harris Chain of Lakes and stop number 3 on the National Professional Fishing League's tour this year. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm joined by bass fishing veteran Bradley Hallman and bass fishing funny man Fat Cat Newton to bring you several hours of live coverage from beautiful Leesburg, Florida. Bradley, first of all, welcome to the MPFL set. You've got some big shoes to fill. We're not sitting here with Double D this morning. He's on a business trip somewhere else on another lake, but so happy to have Bradley Hallman in studio with us, the Okie angler, FLW Tour champion, Bassmaster Elite Series pro at one time. You've seen it all, you've done it all, and this week I get to share the desk with you and break down what these guys are doing on the Harris Chain. What do you think it's going to be like?
Dude, I'm first of all super excited to be here, and I agree with you with the shoes trying to fill with Double D. I really feel fortunate to be able to fill in for him this week. Really excited to be able to, this venue's the one that ended up being here at the Harris Chain in Florida. I really am, because it's a place that I'm very familiar with. As long as yourself, we've spent some time here. We're going to know quite a bit about what's going on, I feel like, and have some educated guess of what could happen going forward.
Absolutely, and for me, this was one I circled on the schedule. As soon as it was released, we talked about this last night, Florida in June. You don't see a lot of professional events down here this time of year. It's normally a January, February, March thing. So what patterns will we see dominate the Harris Chain? If you had to guess, early on, we don't have any clue yet, but what would you say?
I think primarily what we're going to see, and like you say, with this being a summertime tournament, I think there's two things that we really got a good opportunity to see. One is going to be that outside Kissimmee grass line with guys flipping. We've talked to some of the anglers, and that seems to be what a lot of guys feel like could be the big bite, the potential really big bite. How many can they get, and can they stay consistent with that? We also know, just because we've all seen this Harris Chain just explode with the population of bass that it has, the offshore bite on this thing in the summertime could be prime time. So, and what I mean by that is shell beds, grass beds offshore, but shell beds in particular, and we can't forget about the brush piles, Luke.
Absolutely, and this is not your typical Florida lake chain. When people think Florida, they think Okeechobee, just massive lily pad fields, and while we do have that here, you also have got some depth here because it's such a residential area. Tons of people love to live and play on the Harris Chain, so you have a lot of canals, you have a lot of deeper water than you do in a lot of Florida lakes, so that offshore bite definitely could play this week, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. And like you mentioned, I mean, just the diversity of this place. You know, it does have the pads. There's still a lot of fish shallow. We both know that they're not all out there in the middle. Really looking forward to see how these guys break it down. I think we'll learn a lot today. Just today, we'll learn where this event's probably headed going forward.
With our 10 cameras, we've picked some great guys to kick this off. We've got Keith Carson, the winner of our past event down at Wright Patman. He's the overwhelming favorite here, for sure. You know, we've talked to Keith. He's like, oh, man, I just want to get a check. I'm like, okay, sure thing, Keith. And Keith, you know, it's our inaugural season. Can we see our first ever back-to-back champ? How cool would that be here at the Harris Chain?
It'd be awesome, and I mean, dude, it's very likely.
Absolutely. Well, I think we caught up with Keith yesterday. We're going to take a look at what that special win down in Texas meant to Keith Carson.
My name's Keith Carson. I'm from DeBary, Florida. I'm a professional fisherman and a part-time painter. I co-own a painting company located here in Central Florida with my brother Dan.
Put your hands together for Keith Carson. 20 pounds, 6 ounces.
Texarkana, Texas, that was a great place. Wright Patman's full of fish.
67 pounds, 10 ounces.
I can't believe how well it went. Every day, you know, I thought the wheels were going to fall off. The water was dropping. We had severe storms on day 2. Everything worked out perfectly. The way I won and to win by the margin I did just shocked me. I still can't believe it. I was like, I did it. Like, I got it done. I'm still like trying to feel it out. Like, it's like, did I really win that? You know? And I guess I did.
Put your hands together, get loud.
And, you know, when I was holding that check up, I was like, I did it. So I've been fishing Harris Chain for nearly 20 years now. My original strategy was flipping grass. I was gonna focus on topped out hydrilla. A lot of that's been sprayed. It's completely gone. So I had to scramble my game plan. I had to start over. For me, I'm not shooting for a win on this one. I'm shooting for a good finish. I'm going to try to catch 15 to 18 a day and see where that puts me. Some of the best guys from the country are here, and there's one guy in particular, Luis Fernandez. He's been smashing them out here. He said he came here in pre-practice and was killing them, like catching like 30 pounds for his 5 biggest. Pulled up to his spot day 1 of practice, and in 5 casts caught a 9. He said, I left and never went back. So he's somebody you need to watch for. To win on my home lake, this will be amazing. You know, I just need a big bite each day, and it could possibly happen. So, gosh, I can't explain how amazing that would be.
Good stuff from the always smiling Keith Carson. And I want to say, you know how people throw a curveball out there. He's trying to get us to watch Luis Fernandez. We love Luis. Luis is our West Coast guy for 2 tournaments in a row. But we're watching Keith Carson this week. I don't care what he says about Luis. That guy is the guy to beat this week in my book.
There was some things in there that are scary, right? 20 years. And I'm sitting here thinking, 20 years, he just came off the win. And then he's going to follow that up with his home lake in 20 years. And, you know, that smile and giggle we've all seen before with many guys that he's friends with, runs with, that we know. And
right.
The golly gee shucks, and we know what that ends up with. Yeah. So, yeah, we're expecting something today.
Yeah, oh, man, I just hope to get a bite or two. And knowing that this guy is extremely dialed. We saw it at Wright Patman, man. He is truly – as a shallow water guy, I called him a shallow water assassin that whole week because, man, the way he methodically picks apart cover, he truly, that's just his wheelhouse. And where I feel like he has an advantage this week, just like we opened the show with, this time of year, a lot of our pros have been to the Harris Chain. They've never been here this time of year. And from talking to a good friend of ours and a good friend of Keith's, John Cox, the other John Cox, as I like to call him on the MPFL set, he said, Keith knows the Harris Chain in the summertime better than anybody I've ever been around. And those are pretty strong words because John Cox happens to know the Harris Chain fairly well himself. The only disappointing thing, Bradley, is Keith's fishing out of his new boat, and we lost that. He was fishing out of John's old boat all year, and he had hand-painted his name on the side of it. I'm just frustrated that we're not going to get to see that today. But Keith's definitely one to watch, along with all of our anglers that are in the top 10 on the progressive AOY board. Of course, Keith holding down the 3rd place spot right now, but Nick Provanizak's another guy we're going to talk about a lot today. We don't have a camera on Nick, but you and I feel like he's probably going to shake things up this week as well.
Yeah, you know, Nick's a guy that both of us, we talked about last night, that we've seen kind of go through his progression as an angler, and this guy's been around a long time. Nick's the one we were talking about last night with 17 boats, right?
Has won 17 boats in his fishing career.
That in itself is scary as well.
It's terrifying.
And I know that my very first recollection of really recognizing him was we had a regional event back in Oklahoma a few years back, and Nick just came in with his flipping stick and dominated all of us there and took home a win there. So to see him here and at the top of the AOY, and then he is on a lake that is in his wheelhouse as well.
No doubt about it. So last night we did our roundtable live that we do on Facebook, and you and I and the Big Cat talk about, for the folks that don't understand the Harris Chain, talk about some of the challenges these guys face as far as the navigation is concerned of this place and how big of a role that will play in the overall story of the event this week.
Right. Last night we were talking about Wright Patman, and one of the big players there was the fact that the bushes were so gnarly and you guys saw fish being lost. And so we were kind of talking and brainstorming different ideas of what was going to be really the issues here, what were guys going to have their backs up against. And it really is going to come down to time management. And it's because of the way that this place lays out. When you look at this place on a map with all the different lakes from Griffin to Harris, locks being involved, Apopka being, down on part of this now as well, with the lock in it as well. Long idles, Dora Canal is an idle only. It takes a long time to get through that. And while it is a beautiful scenery, like it is one of the most beautiful places you go through, when you idle through that sucker, you always want to pull out your camera. But it's not a place that you want to see on tournament day because
those wheels turn.
It's a time waster, and you don't want to be there. But it's a long ways through it. So time management, where these guys decide to go, is really critical. Not saying that it's too far. Those guys go all over this place. They can win anywhere on this impoundment, but time management is going to be a big deal.
I'm going to put you on the spot like I always do this to Double D. So I want two things from you right now. I want your pick for our Big Bite Challenge Big Bass. I want a guess weight for that. Part two of this, putting you on the spot, is pick me a lake out of the Harris chain. Where will this go down? Where will it be won? Bradley Hallman.
Okay. Big fish. We got to go over 10. Let's say 10-10.
Okay,
That's
I like the way
we
you
got to
think.
we got to have a double digit.
Okay.
And where will this thing be won? This thing can honestly be won on any single one of these lakes. I mean, even the small ones like Carlton, it possibly could. I'm going to venture away from what the norm would say. Everybody's going to say Harris. I'm going to say that this thing is won on Lake Eustis.
On Eustis.
Eustis.
And Eustis has a great fish population, but historically, guys stay in Harris, or the only reason they go to Eustis is going through there to go to Griffin most of the time. I think that's
right.
fair to say. So Eustis,
Yeah.
Okay. I think you've got some insider info on me there, and that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. I mean, you're the new guy here. You're trying to upstage me. I get it.
Well, I had a couple conversations with anglers just like you.
And Eustis.
And somebody's name was thrown out already this morning, and I'm not going to bring it back up. We'll just see, but he does feel very strong, and
Okay, so Eustis,
we'll see.
Eustis it is. I think it's safe to say we're going to have an amazing week here at the Harris Chain. I'm going to Price is Right you a little bit. I'm going to say 9 pounds, 9 ounces is going to be our big bass, and I'm going to say Lake Harris. I'm going to go with just the overall. Well, that's,
you got the odds.
That's it, And talk about that for the folks at home. Harris is obviously where we're launching out of.
Mm-hmm.
There's no idle time. Once you blast off, you've got the whole free run of Harris and Little Harris here. Then you have the dead river that you have to idle through to get into Eustis.
That's correct.
Then you have another canal you have to idle through between Eustis just to get to the Eustis and the lock to get into Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking, 2 hours plus to get to Griffin?
I don't think Griffin's actually 2 hours. It's probably closer to right about an hour. The lock time's not very long there. Coming back is going to be more of a problem. We're not on the weekend. Anytime we get close to the weekend, you get a lot of heavy traffic coming in, and that in itself can lock up the locks.
A lot of people live and like to play on the Harris Chain, and those canals are very small, and you get behind some of those pontoon flotillas, it can make for a little stressful idle when you got a live well full of bass. Sometimes.
Absolutely. Trips in the morning are quicker. You got to plan for more time in the afternoon.
So a couple hours out of your fishing time, though, and so the guys staying on Harris definitely at an advantage as far as keeping a bait in their hand. The Harris Chain of Lakes here, Leesburg, Florida. We're so happy to be here, and this event is presented by Fisherman Central, and we're so grateful for each and every sponsor we have on the National Professional Fishing League. We're going to take a look at some of the folks that make this possible right now. We'll see you back in just a few minutes with more MPFL Live Action.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, They have great flavors. They have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. Fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Hey there, Fisher World. What's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Lake Point State Park Resort here on Lake Eufaula at one of the freshly renovated Fisherman cabins. What they're doing right now, they are going through and renovating all of their cabins. New floors, new plumbing, new everything. You can eat off the floor. Trust me, I just did. This place wall-to-wall, treetop tall, and it is in the bass capital of the world, Lake Eufaula. So if you're out there looking to chase that dream of catching the biggest bass in the game, Lake Point State Park Resort has a cabin waiting on you.
All right. Well, as you were hearing from the big cat there, Bradley, we are fortunate to have Fat Cat Newton out on the water. And we were talking to him last night. He's got his work cut out for him as we were talking about these anglers having challenges. Fat Cat himself, who has to chase these guys down, has the biggest challenge of the week of running these guys down, because we like to get him on the guys that are catching them and get his great commentary. But I think we're going to go to the big cat live on the water from the Harris Chain for his first update of the morning right now.
Hey there, Fisher World. 1 second. Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Harris Chain of Lakes. Right now we're on Harris Lake where we launched at. A lot of the guys, when they launched, they went right. It took me a little while to get away from launch. I had a lot of people taking pictures of me like normal. I mean, normal is because I'm the best fisherman I ever met, so I figured that's what it was about. Come to find out, they thought I was a manatee. So a lot of people were freaking out about that. And I put my shirt back on, they realized it was me. And it's the third time it happened this week. Anyways, finally got on the water, man. And we weren't even 2 minutes from the ramp. Ooh, Dale Prinky just got one. He's fishing this Kissimmee grass. We pulled up. He was flipping the Kissimmee grass. Then he picked up a spinnerbait, started throwing a spinnerbait along the edge. They got up near that little boathouse and boom, just jacked one. I don't know how many he's got in the boat, but Dale Prinky's one of my guys. Where he's from, up there in Ohio, he is a stick on Portage, Mosquito, sets up similar here to Okeechobee as far as the grass goes. Dale Prinky is a grass fisherman. Before we got over Dale, we saw Taylor Watkins. He stuck one. He was fishing similar to what he's doing, fishing that grass line of that Kissimmee grass. Kissimmee grass is going to play a huge role in winning this tournament here on the Harris Chain of Lakes. This morning when I was walking around talking to the anglers at launch, I was looking at the deck of the boats. You had some guys that had 50, 11 rods on the deck of the boat, and you had some guys that just had 3 or 4. Some guys don't know what's going on. Some guys think they're dialed in. The weatherman said it was going to be overcast all day. As you can see right now, I can barely see what's going on because the sun is high and bright. Well, it's working on it. So if the weatherman's right and we get forecasts that's supposed to happen with all the overcast, some of these guys are going to crack them. Other guys want the sun to be out. When that sun's high, they stay tight to that cover. When the sun goes down, they spread out, and the guys feel like that overcast is going to generate the bigger bite. So we're going to do a bit of running and gunning, bebopping and flip-flopping to see what else we can find for you guys. So make sure you guys stay with us and watch these big sacks of Big Belly Kellys come to the stage later today.
now we go live. We're going live to Mr. Lunkers TV himself, Rob Turkla, who's being patriotic this morning. Look at the red, white, blue. Rob's always representing.
Stylish.
Good old US of A.
Did Fat Cat just say 50-11?
There's just a little less wind right through here. I think it's more me than anything.
I would like to point out, Bradley, between your wardrobe,
I had some really
Fat
big
Cat's
bites
wardrobe,
on these two
and Rob Turkla's wardrobe.
kind of points that are coming off this Kissimmee grass points. I caught one over 6, and then 2 or 3 flips later I had another one about the same, which kind of sucks because I don't know if that's gonna, those fish are still sitting there clearly, but, and there was 0 wind. Now I've got wind on the backside of this Kissimmee grass, which I don't think helps very much, for what I'm doing at least.
But I do feel inadequate. I'd like to say how I'm dressed today. I feel like you guys are all stepping out.
You ever just get a strange craving, man? I
have that drip.
I could do for a Cinnabon right now. I probably hadn't had one in a couple of years.
Turkla requesting a Cinnabon. Anybody that's out there on the water watching?
This dude's had some problems recently with his old power pole. Yeah. I think they got pretty good warranties. You probably should warranty that son of a gun. I had that happen to me one time. Sam Rayburn had to tie it up. My power pole was dragging. Apparently the hydraulic hoses came undone. I had hydraulic fluid all in the back of the boat. It was pretty sweet, you know. Ain't nothing like a bunch of lube just flopping around in the back of your boat. Damn, come on, wind, why are you doing this to me? Yeah.
Brad, for the folks at home, why is that wind bugging him so bad with this pattern? Because we've heard him complain about it a few times there.
He's absolutely right. I don't know what it is with certain flipping situations, and it seems to be a lot of times the deeper it is, the more it kind of sometimes affects it. Like really, you've got those fish sitting in this grass, and it's tall. It's deeper there than it appears. A lot of these places are 5, 6, 7, 8 foot deep on the outside edge of this Kissimmee grass, and a lot of times that wind makes everything move. Everything's moving. The grass is moving. When you're there and it's calm and slick, and you flip, the only thing moving in the water is your bait, and it's easy for those fish to pull that out. It's much tougher whenever the wind's blowing in there.
Like
everything's moving. Base, you know, it doesn't just stick out, and it does tend to make things harder. He's not actually. I've heard other anglers talk about that already. They were concerned about the wind. They had noticed this in practice, that it was better,
that's good.
calmer.
Have I just been having a conversation with myself this last 5 minutes or so? Yeah. Okay, it's pretty normal, you know. Oh man, we've been live maybe how long have we been live? 5 minutes or so? 3 minutes? Yeah, cool. That's good. Well, how you guys doing? It's me sitting here. Wish this wind would calm down. That'd be great. Luke Duncan's probably sitting back there enjoying a coffee, watching people catch some big fish, and then he gets stuck with me. Got 3 small ones in the box, lost 1 decent one. Haven't been fishing clean. I'm gonna get doinked though. It's gonna be doink, and line's gonna curl. It's kind of like your first time getting to second base. That's the kind of feeling I get, just straight flowage going down south.
Bradley, I don't know how you feel about that, but I got a shout out right out of the jump there.
Got a shout.
Got a shout out. And Rob, I'm enjoying a nice hero beverage here in studio.
This bite's got to turn on when that sun comes out. I need these clouds to go away. No clouds and no wind would make me extremely happy. It'd be really nice if my graph didn't go out. That would have been pretty peachy. I'm gonna get bit. I'm gonna get bit. It's gonna happen. Oh God, I love that noise. Worst noise for a YouTuber.
Yeah, GoPro's dead.
Yeah, I just died.
GoPro just went down.
He's up there just getting it.
We're gonna leave Mr. Lunker's TV as
like
his
this
batteries
grass
die
up here.
on his GoPro,
Needs to be a
Mr.
little
YouTube
thicker.
himself. And we're gonna check in with the man, the myth, the legend on the Harris chain, Mr. Keith Carson.
They're off of us.
Keith is trying to be incognito, put the pressure on Luis Fernandez, but we're here, Keith. We're ready to see you in action.
I like the fact that he's got the big stick in his hand to start the morning off.
Keith doesn't strike me as a, hey, I'm just going to catch a limit and then go look for a big one or two kind of guy, though, Brad.
Well, it's validation for guys like myself that just show up in Florida and start swinging that thing. While you're doing it, you're generally thinking about guys like Keith Carson offshore on some sweet spot, crushing.
Sneaky spot, yeah.
And that's not the case at all.
Keith on our Way Live tracker right now, unofficially in 11th place. 3 fish in the box for a little under 7 pounds with a 3.5 pound big bass so far. All of our anglers are required, and we beg and plead with them to enter their weights into the Way Live tracker app. That way we can keep up, and you can keep up at tnpfl.com with the unofficial leaderboard. And of course, it will stay that way, completely unofficial, until they get back to our drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough. As we look here, Bradley, 30 minutes into our day, our live coverage. There's some moving and shaking.
Ooh.
On that Way Live.
Man, that felt like one there.
I saw that.
Kind of went on point.
I did. That's why I said, ooh. Saw that rod tip bow.
Oh, no. Yeah, lost him.
No.
Ooh. Just hit myself in the face. That was a decent one. Yeah, they're not quite getting it. I don't know if it's the weather. Like, dang it, that's 7 bites, and I've missed 4 of them. I got 3. One of them's decent. Oh, dang it.
Something you see Keith doing there, Bradley, he talked about this at Wright Patman. He checks his hook points on his lips to make sure they're still sharp. He says that's the most sensitive part of your body. Instead of, a lot of guys will run them across their fingernails or their fingers.
Yeah.
He runs them across his lips. I don't think it's safe, but who am I to tell Mr. Keith Carson his business, you know? But you'll notice during the day he does that a lot. Over now to Scott Siller. Spends a lot of time down here. But for me, Mr. Siller, you know, his address in our NPFL system shows that this man is from Wyoming. But I follow him on the IG, follow him, and he spends a lot of time down here in this part of the world.
I had a nice conversation with Siller last night. He actually was kind of homeless, he said, for the last year and a half.
Yeah, he just roams around. I follow him on. I'm telling you, the guy's fishing all over the place. I'm jealous.
I think he has taken a permanent residence in the state of Florida in the last 6 months or so.
It sure looks like it. So is this something we're going to see a lot of guys doing today, Brad, where they're going to go through this Kissimmee grass to get to the hard cover like the docks? We have a lot of cypress trees on these lakes as well. That's something you see down here at times. Will this play as much as that outside Kissimmee grass line?
You know, the docks are the sleeper. That's the one we didn't even talk about. And it's one that the tournament could be won.
Okay.
There is no doubt that docks are a huge player on this chain of lakes, and there will be a pattern inside a pattern. It won't just be just any random stretch of docks. There will be something to it.
You don't see a lot of dock fishing in Florida professional tournaments typically as winning patterns, but the Harris chain, as we talked about in our opening piece there, a lot of folks like to take up residence on the shores of the Harris chain, so you have a ton of boat docks and these canals on the main lake, so there's no shortage of targets for these anglers this week.
One of the things that you said, yeah, we haven't seen it as being a winning pattern here on this chain of lakes here in Florida, but like we said at the very beginning of the show, we're here now in the summertime, so it puts it even more in play. Right?
A lot of shade,
yes.
A lot of food around those docks, sometimes brush piles. We got a lot of crappie fishermen on the Harris chain, so it's going to be interesting. Looking on the Way Live tracker, our man, Mr. Siller, unofficially right now with 4 bass in the box for 12 pounds, so a good average right there for him. Doesn't have his limit, currently sitting in 3rd place. Now he's bounced back out to that outside edge. Now, little different look from him, Brad. He seems to be throwing some reaction baits out on the edge, so he's probably enjoying that wind this morning.
Absolutely.
Totally opposite of Rob Turkla.
Absolutely. That's a good place to find that reaction bite. It's right on the outside edge of that Kissimmee grass line with a nice little chop on the water. Help break your bait up, and definitely could be a player this morning, especially early. I mean, we could still be having a little bit of shad spawn.
Absolutely.
You know?
Scott caught getting word a really good one this morning, and we've got a replay of that right now. We're going to take a look and see how he pulled out one of those Harris chain studs a little earlier this morning before we went live.
There it is. It's a good one. What'd I tell you? Did I not say there'd be a big one?
Today. That's fish
why
number 4.
I love you.
Man, he really there's one of your boat docks right there, Hallman. That's
yeah, and that's what I was saying, is that something that we haven't talked about, and it'd be isolated fish. But now we know why he won. We know why he looked so calm, cool, and collected a second ago. 5-pounders help settle your nerves down, lower the blood pressure in the morning. And, yeah, the docks could be a player. I mean, they are not just completely out of this. There are a lot of them on this chain, and there's definitely an opportunity for them to play in this tournament.
He gave that bass the old Jimmy Houston, but then I added, I love you. And he seemed very sincere about it. And I understand that as a tournament angler. I know you do too. We've all had those moments. You hate these bass at times, but we love them when they make that Way Live tracker look pretty daggum good.
One of his
couple hours into the morning here.
One of his running partners is Brian Tyler, who we have also
absolutely
in our rotation this morning on camera. And Brian was telling me that I'm just wired. Like, I don't know that I'll be able to calm down tomorrow. And Siller appears to be just the opposite.
Exactly.
Calm, cool, and collective.
Speaking of his running mate, I think we're going to get our first look at Mr. Tyler this morning. Bradley, you're a pro, man. I mean, it's like you knew. Look, right here, we go to him. Brian Tyler, live action, South Carolina pro. And last night at our round table, that one's not going to make it. Just sent that one back to where it came on the Harris chain. They got to be 12 inches here.
That fish looked like it was 12 inches
like
to
it
me.
Was more than 12 inches to me.
That thing looked like it was 13 to 14 inches.
I'm going to check the Weigh Live app here and see what maybe Brian, that wouldn't help him, but he measured it. I don't know.
Does he have 5?
Does he know the size limit is 12 inches?
That's what I was wondering.
Is he catching so many big ones that he didn't want that one stinking up the live well? I don't know.
I don't know the answer to that.
We don't have the answers from Brian Tyler this morning. Brian was very jittery about having a camera. He's like, I can't. He said, man, I said, just ignore it. Just go fishing. He goes, I can't ignore that, man.
Yeah, we had the same conversation. I said, just turn your back to it and pretend like it's a co-angler back there and just do your deal. He actually explained to me coming into this year that the first 2 events that he's had, every day as the event progresses, he gets stronger. He said day 2 is always better than day 1, and his day 3 is the best day. And he really credits that to honestly just calming down.
Mm-hmm.
He feels like that he is just a little bit high-strung early in the event.
Getting our first look at Alabama right here, represented in a field full of Florida anglers. Our top 10 full of Florida anglers for the most part today that we're covering. We got Shane Cole from Alabama. A little bit different flipping setup here for Shane.
Absolutely. He's got the scissor flip going this morning. He is close, heavy cover, possibly a canal.
Probably got the big weight in his hand. That's matted vegetation, it looks like. Probably a large tungsten weight. Unofficially, we don't have Shane with a fish right now, but he might not have updated his Weigh Live Tracker app, which will lead to me having to have a talk with him at the weigh-in. I like to give these guys a hard time when they don't update that Weigh Live app.
It's a hard thing to do on the water. It's
to slow down, right?
Well, time is everything, and you've got so much going through your head, and you've only got a limited amount of time to get it done. And when things aren't going well, it makes it even harder to take that time.
And momentum's a big thing too, right? You get caught up, you catch 1, you catch 2 back to back or something. You don't want to take time and pick up your cell phone, but it is something that we like for these guys to do just because it helps us keep up with the game. Professional fishing is a sport that, you don't have a lot of spectators out there on the water following these guys along, so we do our best with MPFL Live to tell the story, and that Weigh Live Tracker certainly helps us do that. And you do have Shane, you're right, in the canals. This is something that a lot of canals on this fishery. Deeper water.
It's a really good looking area. It's got all that matted vegetation right there at the top. Creates a canopy shade, very much just like a dock.
Looks like you're going to see him set the hook at any point. See some braid singing.
His style of his scissor flip is very unique and different. Notice how far back he's got that rod handle in his right hand. It's not on the reel. I mean, he is 10 inches behind that reel.
Pretty dialed on what he's doing right there. Shane.
Extremely proficient with his cast, just different fundamental.
And Brad, you're a flipping expert. You love to flip. You love shallow cover, uptight like this, close combat fishing, I like to call it. This is, to me, what flipping is, pulling the line out from the reel with your left hand and actually using that rod to swing the bait in instead of pitching. We see so many people just pitch now. We don't see a lot of close combat actual flipping anymore.
Right. I've actually had some controversy on some social media stuff about that. I refer to all of it as flipping. And
Me too.
I can tell you that, quite frankly, most of the flippers, the guys that it is all flipping to us.
But the original technique.
But this is the original technique, and this is what it's called.
Shane is working hard this morning. You have to pay so much attention in that situation too, right, Brad? Like you're watching for that line to jump.
100%. Yeah, he's a line watcher. You can tell he's watching everything.
Now with our new Florida resident we spent some time with last night, Mr. Matt Massey. He's fishing offshore a little bit this morning. I think you spent some time with Matt last night. You've known Matt for several years, you were telling me.
I guess for live, I want to say hi to my family and all my friends watching right now. We got 3 fish in the live well, nothing big. And there's definitely some fish in the area. Just got to catch them big ones. They're here. So I'm going to keep grinding it out here. Just fishing some offshore grass beds right now.
Met Matt years ago. He was running with one of my lifelong friends, Nick Aber from Oklahoma, traveling some regional stuff. Matt's originally from Colorado.
You were saying that, and now he's a Florida resident, packed up. That's a culture shock, right? From Colorado, not known as the best bass fishing state in the United States. Sorry to all of our Colorado MPFL fans out there, but Florida moved right to the heart of it here in sunny Florida.
He said his entire family came down, and Massey was a plumber up there. Sold his business, and I've known Massey for quite a while. I've seen Massey all over the country. I've even seen Massey out at the U.S. Open on Lake Mead. Quality individual, quality fisherman.
Well, as we take a look at Matt Massey, we're going to take a quick break and pay some bills, Bradley. We are grateful for Fully Loaded, going to give you some uninterrupted coverage as we pay some bills, and we'll be back very soon with more MPFL Live from the Harris Chain.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
So when does it start? It starts with a mission, driven by a greater Orlando. It starts with a region united by a love for the game. When does it stop?
Me and a little box.
It doesn't. Because here there is no off-season. It starts when you accept the challenge, when you share the love, when there's a reason to rally, when I becomes we. It starts when you have access to every court, every field, every moment. It starts when you have options. Lots of options. It starts when you come for the game, but stay for the magic. When we shoot for the belt, the cup, the gold. So when does it start? It starts when you say, go.
And we are back on the Harris Chain of Lakes. Stop number 3 on the National Professional Fishing League here in Leesburg, Florida. Beautiful Lake County. And as we just heard there from one of our co-hosts for the week, the Greater Orlando Sports Commission.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oof. Rob Turkla.
What is
coming in hot.
That one didn't feel big either, but
I really like some of the adjustments he's already making this morning.
Yeah, we missed another one. It wasn't big though. It wasn't big. They're definitely not eating it as well today. I think I keep telling myself let it soak even longer. Let it soak. Kind of like, you know, well, my girlfriend gives me a lot of crap for that, but you can never let your dishes soak inside the sink. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just going to stop there. I'm going to get myself some trouble with her because I'm sure she's watching this. I always wash the dishes. Never mind. Oh, that wasn't a big bite though. Matter of fact, I'm just going to say it was that dead gar right there that's 8.5. What do you think about that? That was it. I will say this though, I have seen a few random, like, big giant bass doing some weird thing. I had an 8-pounder come up and eat a bladed jig, didn't catch it. He just took the trailer off and he was for some reason like suspended in like no foot of water. His back was out of the water, and I look over and there's like another 3-pounder doing it. Keith's seen a couple 6s dead in the water. I'm gonna blame it on the spraying. State needs to stop spraying so much. This grass looks really good. This is the kind of grass I'm getting bit in right here, this thicker stuff.
Gonna go from Rob Turkla over to one of my favorite people on the MPFL and a Roane County, Tennessee native.
Well, we got 3 decent fish,
Bradley.
but I ain't had a bite in an hour, so fish are jumping and busting everywhere. Can't get bit. I'm just throwing a white swim jig up around these cypress trees. And they are shallow. They're in about 12 inches of water. I should be getting some more bites, but when the sun gets up, I'm gonna go flipping the rest of the day. I got two 3-pounders, 2 chunks. Smoked a whitey. But they ain't biting too good right
Derek
now.
loves to swim that white
Luke
jig.
Duncan must have put a curse on me.
Bradley, that is 2 shout-outs. I'd just like to point that out. 2 for 2.
Yeah, but you gave the shout out to Roane County.
I did.
I'm fishing
Blake
where I
actually
fished
texted me last night and
in the
said,
history. I ain't practiced nowhere. I didn't really fish much at all in Harris. I just know where they live at over here. So I think I know where they live at. The last hour they ain't lived where I want them to.
Blake's like me. He's one of those guys, if he travels out of the South, you need an interpreter. People up north
We got on fire this
cannot
morning.
understand what Derek and I are saying.
You'll fish and fish and fish, and all of a sudden, bam, you'll catch one. Right on the base of one of
He's
these
got a
cypress
couple
trees.
3-pounders in the box. He's up there in the cover that you talked about.
Yeah, that hard cover on the actual bank line.
Yeah.
Well, I come across a spider web. That means nobody's been there this morning yet.
Nice left-handed roll cast.
This is Derek's world. That picking apart shallow cover, man, he is as good as anybody. Comes from that Craig Powers, Wesley Strader world up there in East Tennessee, where these guys are so efficient up shallow. That's how he cut his teeth. Watts Bar Lake, Chickamauga. Derek spent some time on the FLW tour. He has success across all levels of bass fishing, and now we fortunate to get to see him on MPFL. This is actually our 3rd event in a row to get to cover Derek. He's got some camera time at all 3 events.
A little trick casting every now and then. You got to cast where other people ain't casting.
And you're right, that's dead in line with a CP.
That's
Good hook one, we'll get them out of there. Maybe.
I believe we've caught up with the big cat. Caught up with the big cat. He's running down some of our unofficial leaders right now. I believe we're looking at a little boat-to-boat action with Bobby Lanham. 5 fish unofficially for 13-4. Of course, we have Drew 6 from Ohio on top right now with only 4 bass in the box, Bradley. Unofficially for 17 pounds.
The trees or out in the open, like where? Okay. Yes, sir. Gotcha. Now, will you spend all day in here? Okay. Okay, sounds good, Bobby. Is anybody else in here with you? Okay. Gotcha.
And for you viewers, you finally get to see the real Bobby.
Yeah, finally. That's exactly what I was thinking. You know, Fat Cat likes to call everybody Bobby, and now he gets to commentate on Bobby. I bet Fat Cat is smiling ear to ear right now that he finally got to say Bobby to an
yes,
actual
sir.
Bobby.
Yes, sir. Good job, Bobby.
He's got a...
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That made Fat Cat's
Good
entire
luck,
week
man.
right there.
Yes, sir. He's live.
Bobby's starting the day with a unofficial 5.8 big bass for the day.
And you know, Fat Cat just hit me up in the DMs and said that Bobby and Drew 6 are both in this general area in the Helena Creek area. So, little offshoot.
Ooh.
Interesting.
A little sneaky.
A little different than what we've seen some of our other guys on camera this morning doing. I like that shade. See, that's what I'm all about this time of year, Bradley. Just for me personally, just so I don't sweat as much. Has nothing to do with fish.
It's a great way to start the morning. Great way to start the morning.
Something you mentioned in our intro this morning, one of the most picturesque places to go bass fishing is the Harris Chain. All the Spanish moss, all the cypress trees. Just a beautiful area here in Central Florida, Lake County, city of Leesburg, Florida.
Live oaks.
So many, yeah.
Live oak trees.
Beautiful. First look here, Chris Heath this morning. Got to cover Chris, spend some time with him down at Wright Patman, South Carolina angler.
Had a few of those on this morning.
South Carolina's a lot like Florida, Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama as far as just having those clusters of anglers that chase this professional fishing dream. Great anglers represented in those regions. Chris doing a little offshore deal, it looks like, Brad.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of this. Is this the first offshore guy we've seen today?
I think Matt Massey was offshore.
You're right, Massey was.
Chris Heath hooked up. Oh yeah, fish for Chris Heath. Just said, get in here.
Blow him over the side.
That's what lives on this point. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Give me some of that. Yeah.
Our MPFL anglers can't use a landing net, so by all means necessary, that bass is going to get in that boat. Our anglers fishing for $50,000 first place prize this week. $9,000 paychecks all the way down to 36th place, so every bite matters this week on the Harris Chain.
Did you catch that, Luke?
4 pounds.
Nice fish. I thought it looked like a really nice fish. It's hard to tell this time of year. Some of them are a little bit thin,
That's
coming
right.
off the.
Scott Siller's big bass earlier this morning. Huge head,
Yeah.
skinny body. You see
Nice.
him. Gonna update that way live
They're
tracker. We
replaying it
appreciate
now.
you,
They
Chris.
weren't on the slide, but they're replaying
Get you a
it
good
now.
Christmas present.
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome.
So as we move into the top of the hour, the 9 a.m. spot coming up, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from the Harris chain this morning. Been a action-packed morning so far here in the city of Leesburg. Take a look at that right now. Derek Blake with that white jig got after it this morning. Said he had 2 quality fish in the boat early.
Yeah, baby.
I could watch Blake cast around those cypress trees all day.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Roane County represent.
100%.
Get in the boat, baby.
Bringing them in a little hot.
He's got them on break.
He's bringing them. Chris Heath, our offshore winner so far this morning. Unofficially, we have him in 7th place.
That's what we come over here for. Adam.
A little chatterbait, vibrating jig action right there from Chris Heath. Jeff Fitz, one of our Florida anglers, knows the Harris chain well.
There we go.
Matt Massey. Rob Turkla putting a few in the boat. He actually ordered Cinnabon on the water also. If you missed that, he was requesting some Cinnabon.
We've had some hook sets this morning.
Yes, we have. Sheldon Collins. First look at Sheldon this morning. He's probably trying to chase that turkey down if I know Sheldon. Scott Siller. Just calling shots this morning early in this boat dock pattern.
I hope we get to see more of this.
You like the dock fishing, huh?
I do.
Okay.
It's different.
Unfortunate miss from Shane Cole, who we had unofficially with 0 fish. That just means he didn't update his way live tracker app. Me and Brad Fuller are going to have a talk with him this afternoon at the drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough.
It's the fish of the morning right there.
Right there.
Did I not say there'd be a big one?
That's fish.
This is the one. Scott Siller tenderly looking at that bass as we take a look this 9 o'clock hour at an unofficial leaderboard. Drew Six, a guy that we have talked about several times on MPFL Live so far this year, sitting unofficially in first place. Bobby Lanham, Scott Siller, Mitchell Webb, Hunter Denmark. Oh, what do you know? John Hookup Soakup, who wasn't going to catch any today. Bradley, when you talked to him yesterday, it's tough, has slid up there unofficially. Hookup, who has absolutely just dominated at times on the MPFL. Won Eufaula, had a great event out there at Wright Patman. Chris Heath in 7th place. River Lee in 8th place. The Crappie King himself, Kevin Rogers, unofficially in 9th. And the one and not only, John Cox in 10th place right now unofficially. River Lee, very cool to see him after a very tough Wright Patman event. He had a great first day out there. Unfortunately, got caught up in an incident and he lost his day one weight because of a rule infraction. Not cheating, but because of a rule infraction and just a little slip up. And it's cool to see him already got a limit in the boat. River, talked to River yesterday at the meeting. He's excited to be back out here at the Harris chain. But Kevin Rogers is my guy. Kevin Rogers, the Crappie King. He's won more crappie tournaments than anybody in the United States. and decided to make the switch to professional bass fishing this year on the National Professional Fishing League. He's fishing some other professional events this year as well, and just a super upbeat guy, great with his electronics. I wouldn't doubt that Mr. Rogers is out there offshore on the beautiful Harris Chain, Leesburg, Florida, full of bass fishing history. And nobody in our field that knows more about the history of the Harris Chain than this guy right here, Mr. Keith Carson, the winner of our second event at Wright Patman, getting to sleep in his own bed this week, the Harris Chain.
This guy's very impressive and one of the up-and-comers that we're going to see in this sport for years to come.
Oh man, I thought
He's
something
just
hit
getting
it.
started.
Dang it.
Really sticking with that Kissimmee grass. Keith was telling me last night his plan was to stay in Harris for as long as he could stand it and just flip until he couldn't flip anymore. But was also telling me he's got an area down in Dora that he may go check. He was actually planning on spending a lot of time there in this event. He's got an area down there, Bradley, 2 years ago, this exact same time of year, caught a 13-pound bass in a tournament. So I'm hoping he goes down there at some point. Maybe we can see some fireworks.
He sped up a little bit. You can tell he's not happy with production this morning. When we saw him earlier, he was more methodical and slower. He looks a little more rushed here. Big difference in weather, though, where he's flipping and some of the other guys we've seen. Slick, calm.
Great points right there from Bradley Hall. That's what we got you here for. That's amazing. I like that. Picking out, Dudley always says that, picking out that fish language or that body language, watching these guys.
I think I might have to make a move here.
Absolutely,
all the good bites are
on the
coming
water
out
so
on the
key,
point,
man, and you're talking
out there. And then that guy, he just caught one on that point. I saw him go back to his live well and then get up and keep going. And I lost that good one on that point back there. Every time I get back into like a little pocket like this, it's just like not happening. Or the fish are small. And the issue is that dang wind swirling. Banks I thought were going to be calm are not, so I just gotta keep moving, just wait for something to happen. I think the fish know the weather's going to change, and when the weather changes, that's when the weather changes, that's when I need to be ready to strike, because I can really I've seen it so many times where when that weather changes, man, you can load the boat so quick. It doesn't take long at all. And I already have one good one, so I only need 4 more. So let's keep moving. Just keep moving till something happens, till I feel something right. I'm close, but it's just not quite happening yet. I know there's big ones around here.
great stuff from Keith Carson. Does an excellent job of breaking down what he's doing. And
I like to stay with him for just a second. I really like what he's doing, because what he's doing is actually extremely hard, because you've got to realize 20 years of experience on this place, but yet he's still fishing the conditions.
Rob Turkla
That's a big
hooked
fish.
up.
That's a giant. That's a mega. That's a fucking giant. That is an absolute fuck beast! Woo! Oh my God, that is a dang tank, baby! Woo! Stuck him. That could be a double digit, baby. I don't even know. Woo! We just jacked a bigot. Woo! Got to do a little bit of a happy dance. Look at that son of a gun, baby. Look at that.
Brad, I would say that's definitely a big bite, big bass challenge contender right there for Rob Turkla. I'd be dancing too.
That's a game changer.
Yes, it is.
Dude, that's a giant. Look at that. Look at that. Stuck him, instantly knew. Whomp, whomp. Do I have my brake, or my, I'm shaking right now. I have my drag fully set. I'm lowered. Look at that. What do you think it weighs? I got to put it in the well. Oh my God.
It's a healthy looking fish too. You know, the big fish we saw Siller with earlier had a big head post spawn fish. That fish is.
Look at that. It's a giant.
Outside Kissimmee grass line. It's not quite as windy there as where he was when he started earlier this morning. He's got a little less wind there, but he's still got a little breeze on it.
We're just gonna.
I would say just the right
Take a
amount.
quick little breather here.
Stud fish to start the morning.
Oh man. Wow, we're on it. Was that 4? Was that 4? Should we weigh it? Should we just let the suspense? Should we just say 7 pounds? Or should I actually weigh it? What do you think? Come on, what do you think? I like suspense. Oh, I didn't get it on video, so hopefully you guys did. I'm shaking. You want to do suspense? How about I weigh it for myself and I just pretend? What do you think it is? What do you think it is?
What do you think it is, Luke? What's your guess?
You've never seen one that big?
I'd say it's close to 7.
They don't breed them that big up there.
What do you think, Brad? You handled a lot of those big Oklahoma bass and big Florida bass.
I think it's 7'2".
It's big.
It's definitely big.
I'm going to go as far as to say one of our biggest bass that we've had on MPFL Live all season so far, which we expected at the Harris Chain.
I'm going to tell you right now, this is the biggest fish that's ever been caught in the MPFL as of right now, as of I know, for sure. I know for a fact. I think our biggest was under 7. That one was almost 9. It's like
Whoa.
7.
Wow. I
Come
thought.
On, one more, buddy. One more. One more.
Woo. Of course, that Big Bite Challenge Big Bass
Holy
pays
crap.
close to $6,000 per event, Bradley. So, whew, that holds up.
Friggin' 8-pounder just showed up. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Oh my God. Little, I'm telling you, look at this. Look how stupid this little rig is. Well, not that one right there. You won't be able to see that. Oh shoot, sorry buddy. Look at this. Guggen Baits 5-inch lunker log. They come in these nice little package right here. Just pop them out. That's it. That's all I'm throwing. Oh yes. You know what? That deserves a retie. What do you think? I think that deserves a retie. Oh shit.
The power of the worm in Florida.
No doubt about it.
It's
Just
unbelievable.
slow and steady wins the race down here so many times. And as Turkla showed us the goods there, getting in his sponsor plugs, we're going to get in a few of our own right here and be back with more MPFL Live after we pay the bills.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. Fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
We are live. Getting a look here at Jeff Fitz, one of our local anglers.
Had a long conversation with Jeff last night. Just met him last night. He was an angler that I did not know. Probably one of my favorite people I've met in the last few months. He special person. He's got a lot of history here. Won
Yes,
a lot
he
of
does.
money.
Yes, he does.
He may be the angler in our field that's possibly won the most money on this chain of lakes. Jeff's been doing this a long time. Fitz told me last night that he likes the spring. He's a side fisherman. He likes looking at them. He lifelong friends with Shaw Grigsby.
Another Florida pro, legend in the sport of bass fishing. And I can tell you somebody right now is going to be jealous of that drip he's got in those shoes, and that's Fat Cat. Fat Cat will have some of those New Balances before this event's over with. Fat Cat has a serious shoe obsession.
Fitz fishing much slower than any angler we've covered today, which is a Florida.
It's a Florida staple.
Yeah, for sure. Skipping the weightless stickworm possibly underneath those docks.
And I mean slow. Slow, slow, slow. Brad, we got an interesting update during our last break. One of our anglers, Hunter Bogman, one of our favorites, my man crush, as I like to say, out here on tour. Hunter's lovely bride has gone into labor with their first child back in Arkansas, and our tournament staff is working very hard to get Hunter off the water to the Orlando airport so he can fly home to see the birth of his first child. But he knew it was kind of cutting it close coming to the Harris Chain, thought he would be okay to be here and compete in the event, and he's going home now.
Wow.
Brad Fuller texted me and said, we're trying to get him to the airport. And Hunter right now 33rd in our Progressive Angler of the Year standings. He's had 2 great events. And the top 25, of course, are going to go to our NPFL championship at the end of the year. So I'm sure Hunter wants to be there, and he's such a great angler. He'll fight his way back in, but
exciting times.
Definitely going to be a stressful few hours for Hunter trying to get back home to Arkansas. We want to wish him the best of luck there.
Absolutely.
And a huge congratulations to him on being a new dad. Jeff is certainly old school Florida. Not cool, calm, and collected. Not a lot of chatter.
There's a lot of strength in how slow he fishes.
That's true.
There's a lot of strength in that. Sometimes it shines. It's not always, in bass fishing, not everything's always 100% the same thing every day, but there are times when his style will dominate.
Get another look now at Scott Siller.
I want to go out in this hole just for a minute.
Scott, we saw with a really nice fish early this morning.
See any fish first. If there's no fish down there, then I ain't going to fish it. But if there's a fish down there, we'll go ahead and see how big they are.
Unofficially right now in 6th place.
I'm afraid they're not going to be very big. That's the problem.
He's got a limit of fish in the boat. We've seen him using that vibrating jig around docks, around Kissimmee grass this morning.
He's dabbling this morning.
Yes.
He's got multiple things going, and he is now off the beating path here on a
Oh, yeah.
little offshore deal there,
I know who you're talking about.
right outside the Kissimmee grass.
Yeah.
This is something you see a lot on day one
I feel like
of
this
an
is a
event.
giant
Guys really just
waste
kind of
of time right now.
feeling out
But
everything that they found.
those two
It's
boats
got
are
with the
still down
spinning
there.
rod right
I
here.
guarantee they
Right.
don't have the weight I've got. There's no way they're catching big fish off that spot. They're going to be goofing around like 11, 12 pounds, if that. I don't know, man. I'm going to hit these first couple docks. Nah, I'll idle this up to where we finished, and we'll just hit those docks, and because they're out of the wind, and probably just see how. I've never hit them before, so yeah, what to expect. I'm just going to get on
Scott
plane like we did
officially
last time.
in 5th place, but his big bass is only marked down as
5'8".
Well, I thought that they had it smaller earlier. Now it's showing an 8-pounder. That's not right.
Okay, where did we end up last time?
We have him officially with 5 fish for 12-1.
Of course, our anglers do not know what the other anglers have on the water, unless you run into a guy. Hey, what you catching? But for the most part, they can't look at the Way Live leaderboard. Scott was guessing at what some guys had that were fishing a spot down from him there.
Hope he wasn't guessing on Rob.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true, buddy. We've got an 8-pounder on the board. Getting a look at Brian Tyler now. And Brian runs with Scott Siller.
Brian settled down a little bit. Earlier this morning when we first saw him, he was really going fast. He's probably on some of that stretch where some of the guys have talked about that have been flipping that grass, that it's not all created equal. There's little unique things in the Kissimmee grass that tend to make it better this week. Guys talked about the thicker places. Some guys even said they could tell by the color of the grass that it seemed to be more productive.
And this is a great shot of that Kissimmee grass. You can see it stretches forever down some of these stretches of bank. And for me, you know, the first time I came here, for a lot of our folks watching at home, that's intimidating, right? I mean, it's just miles of it.
Yeah, it goes for miles and miles.
So go a little deeper on that, how these guys pick that apart. Of course, Brian's fishing the outside edge. A lot of times you've got grass, a different kind of grass that will mix with it. You know, maybe hydrilla right here, eelgrass in some places. But,
ooh, came back and got it.
Brian hooked up.
Nice one, too.
Good fish.
Yeah,
Brian
came back and got it. That fish.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I see a worm there. Was it? Thought I saw the stick worm.
It is not unusual for me to be wrong, Bradley.
It's hard to see. I didn't catch it. It happened fast. Whatever it was, we're going to... Oh, no. That's definitely the vibrating jig. Wasn't it?
It was. A bait that has become a Florida staple in the last few years.
That fish missed it. He set the hook, and then the fish came back and hit it again. But back to the Kissimmee grass lines we were talking about. We were watching Keith Carson a minute ago, and he was changing, talking about that they were on the points. There's so much of it. It's miles and miles, stretches. It all looks the same. When you unload your boat, I mean, it all looks good. But when you drop your trolling motor and you start looking in front of you and it just goes for miles.
Never ends.
Yeah, you're like, okay, so this is a needle in a haystack. But as you go down, you start noticing little intricacies that are different. Maybe it's the points. Maybe it's the pockets. And this can change daily and hourly, how they're using it. Grass with wind on it, grass with no wind on it. I've had guys talking about a lot this week the pencil fish that live here. They're
needlefish, yeah.
Needlefish, I said pencil fish. The needlefish that live here and how much they're related to the outside edge of the Kissimmee grass right now. And a lot of guys feel like that's why that stick bait is working so well on the outside, like we just saw with Rob. Hooked up again.
Pride. Tyler hooked up again. Of course, these guys can't use a net, and this is the most stressful part of their job right here.
Another good one. Do we have audio on Tyler?
Can't hear him right now, and I know he's talking.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's the one
that
told us he was jacked all the time. Got a little group fired up there. Got an interesting statistic for you for Brian Tyler. Brian Tyler holds a record with Bassmasters as the second largest weight of all time, right underneath Dean Rojas's all-time record.
Really?
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah. 42 something, I believe.
Brian Tyler.
Yeah.
Over to Matt Massey. Hooked up, offshore. Matt, the Colorado transplant here to the Sunshine State.
Matt's one of our few anglers that we've got on camera this morning offshore fishing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really surprised, Luke, that we're not seeing more of that and more success. Maybe as the day heats up. I know Matt, I visited with him last night, and he really felt good about a couple of areas that he had. Lots of potential offshore on this chain of lakes, even in the spring. I mean, it plays year-round here, so we know it's going to play this week.
You see a lot of those early spring events on the Harris Chain definitely dominated by the offshore grass and shale mounds. And for me, that's the biggest X factor is, you know, when do we see one of our 103 anglers stumble across that offshore gold mine where it's not picking apart Kissimmee grass or docks for one fish at a time. If you hit the right school, it's cast after cast after cast.
And I've lost 4 fish, and one was a good one. Yeah, so they're eating it funny. Yeah, for me. So, you know, I'm gonna make a move here soon. I thought this bank would be a little bit less like a little less windy, but the wind's kind of wrapping around the point. Because I think the wind's going that way. So I'm just kind of hitting it, see if I can pick up a 5th keeper, and then I'm gonna move soon. And then I'm gonna hit one more grass stretch, and if I don't get bit there, then I'm gonna go run up a canal.
As we drop in on Keith Carson,
all right,
our favorite coming into this event, the winner of event 2. We're going to take a look at our unofficial leaderboard brought to you by the Big Bite Challenge Big Bass. Drew 6, still the man to beat so far unofficially, with 5 bass in the box for 17 pounds. River Lee,
huge jump,
making a big jump, and only has 4 bass in the box right now unofficially for a little under 17 pounds. The one and not only John Cox. If you've got the name John Cox, you got to catch him on the Harris Chain, right?
I'm telling you.
I feel like that's got to be the case. So John, who had a good practice, I talked with John at the meeting. John's sitting at 14-8 unofficially. Bobby Lanham, Bobby, still in the top 5. Jake Boomer, our angler in the field that travels really the longest distance from Washington State to fish the MPFL here in Leesburg, Florida. Rob Turkla, of course, who we saw with a giant bass earlier, and I don't think he's updated that. It has his big bass at 5'8". I think he's messing with us there because we saw him weigh it. It was an 8-pounder. Rob quit sandbagging. And we have Scott Siller, Hunter Denmark, Chris Canute moving up into our top 10, and John Hookup Soakup, the winner of our You Follow event, hanging around that top 10 like he tends to do. John is in 4th place, our progressive AOY right now, and a guy we're going to talk about all season on MPFL Live, and we've certainly done it for the first 3 events. He does such a good job of being consistent, getting himself around fish in these multi-day tournaments, which is so important, Bradley, because it does change every single day in these events. It's not about one day. It's about how good are you all 3 days, because we have no cut at the MPFL. All 103 anglers are going to fish every single minute of all 3 days. You got to be consistent.
3 days is a tough thing.
Yes, it is.
You know, you pull up and they hear it, and then I don't know, and they just bite.
Keith's going to make a move here.
We're going to see a lot of that out of him. I feel like you're saying, a lot of history.
Yeah, he mentioned some canals that he may visit here just a second ago. He was talking about that, so we may see some different things out of him this week for sure. He's not just going to do one thing.
Getting a look at Derek Blake, who moved away from the Cypress knees out to the Kissimmee grass.
Well, so far this morning, the outside Kissimmee grass line with the 10 guys that we have, and we we don't have everybody on camera, so there's lots of other things going on, but right now it appears to be the dominant pattern of choice. And as Rob just demonstrated, the pattern of power as well. I like having Roane County on the set.
Yes. Of course, Bradley Hallman, the Oklahoma angler, but born in the good old state of Tennessee, like myself, and actually in the same general vicinity as Derek Blake, right?
In Roane County, that is correct. I believe Blake's from Rockwood.
Yes, he is. Rockwood represent.
And I was born in Harriman, Tennessee, and graduated high school in Harriman, Tennessee. There's a few of us Roane County boys in this industry.
There's no doubt about that. Y'all are all born with gills. See, we don't get that Middle Tennessee. I wasn't born with gills like you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, some biggins living this stuff here, though, buddy. But it's like kind of like them fish up on the bank. You'll fish, and bam, bam, bam. Hey, look at that alligator. That's a biggin.
Sounds like some of the locals coming out to see Blake this morning. Everybody loves Derek Blake.
Trying to find the alligator.
Yeah. He might pop back up.
Lots of alligators on the Harris chain.
Whew. Man, you're not kidding. Another great shot of that Kissimmee grass. It just rolls on forever.
For miles. You know, the stretch that he's on is not a real thick stretch like some of the guys have talked about.
No.
It's not a hard to find wall. It's, you know, it's got spaces and holes in it, gaps.
And closer to those cypress trees also they was fishing.
Yep. Much closer to the bank.
Bradley, is this one of those situations where we've seen him swimming that jig? That's an early morning thing. Is the reason he's picking this stretch that it's close to those cypress trees? He thinks maybe those fish move out to that edge after they feed on those trees in the morning. Is that potentially what could be going on?
I absolutely think that the cypress trees this morning that we saw, I think was a morning it deal for him. You know, he mentioned that, but I could see that. You know, he's relating that to an early morning bite. He caught a couple of nice 3-pounders, he said, put them in the box on the swim jig around the cypress trees in the morning. Then he was going to flip once the sun got up a little bit. And I like that strategy. He's going to do a couple little things different in the morning while the fish are active. As far as how close that Kissimmee line is to the cypress trees there, I don't know that as far as time of day. I like it though because it's mixed up. See how it's got a lot of space in it.
Those little points.
Yeah, a lot of diversity there.
And right as we're bragging on him,
he's going back inside.
He's going back inside. From Tennessee to Alabama with Shane Cole. Bradley, the only time you will hear me say roll tide in my life is if one of our Alabama anglers on the MPFL catches a big fish live. Other than that, it won't happen.
State of Alabama has always had lots of fishermen.
Yes, a staple of great anglers. It's one of those pockets of the country.
It is.
So many local tournaments, so many regional tournaments go through Alabama. And when you buy your first house in Alabama, it comes with a bass boat in the driveway. I feel like there's a lot of bass fishermen in the great state of Alabama. Just like Florida, just like Oklahoma, Texas. That East Tennessee region.
Kind of froze up there for a minute. I couldn't tell if he was about to set the hook or if he was just reeling in his bait. I guess he was reeling it in real quick. It was right at that second. He's really focusing more on some thicker, heavy, floating, matted vegetation, more so than the other guys fishing the grass. He's in a different situation here. Using the big weight, punching through that heavy vegetation. That stuff's just floating on top. When we talk about mats, guys don't understand. It's yes, there is vegetation growing vertically up through it. There's sticks and trees and different things that are up underneath that mat. But primarily, if you were a fish swimming, you would swim right into almost like a cave. You know, it's hollow underneath, and that's what they enjoy, the shade and the cover.
And when that flipping big flipping hook, braid most likely, soft plastics with that big tungsten weight, when that thing falls through that mat, it's just a reaction strike, correct? That's what these guys are looking for?
100%. That fish is just sitting up underneath there in that little cave, let's say, that's kind of how I imagine it in my mind. And everything's quiet and still underneath there, and then all of a sudden that bait drops through there and it's going 100 miles an hour, and she's got two choices: get out of the way or eat.
Shane seems to be focusing on a lot of these canals and things where he sees these mats.
It's early in the summer. The shallower water is where the matted vegetation is going to show up first, and then that's going to be a lot in the canals and places like that.
Where it's choppy like that, it's hard.
And Shane makes a move.
Because the bait will bounce off the way in. Yeah.
We're going to a rare backlash with Keith Carson. Looks like he's picked up a vibrating jig.
You jinxed him, Luke. Putting that bait in every corner and crevice of that dock. Every single one of them. I think we're going to see some docks play this week, Luke.
Oh, I definitely think they're going to shine before.
Keith put a lot of attention to detail with what little bit of time we got to see him on that dock. There was a lot of confidence. He was expecting a bite there.
He didn't just go around it, right, and just fish Kissimmee grass.
It wasn't just make a couple of casts at it and let me get back to my Kissimmee grass line. I love watching these guys fish.
And I feel like if we were watching you right now on the Harris chain, this is probably what you would be doing, knowing your history as a professional angler. You've won a lot of money with a flipping stick in your hand. And in the state of Florida, I fished an event where you beat our brains out down the road at Lake Okeechobee one time.
Yeah.
And as we watch Keith Carson here, we're going to pay some bills, Bradley, because these great sponsors we have at the MPFL make this live coverage possible, bringing you 21 hours of live coverage from Leesburg, Florida, here at the Harris Chain. We will be back with more MPFL Live just after this.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
So when does it start? It starts with a mission, driven by a greater Orlando. It starts with a region united by a love for the game. When does it stop? It doesn't. Because here there is no off-season. It starts when you accept the challenge, when you share the love, when there's a reason to rally, when I becomes we. It starts when you have access to every court, every field, every moment. It starts when you have options. Lots of options. It starts when you come for the game, but stay for the magic. When we shoot for the belt, the cup, the gold. So when does it start? It starts when you say, go.
Welcome back to the Harris Chain of Lakes, city of Leesburg, beautiful Lake County, Florida, and a look at Keith Carson. A man who has more experience on this body of water than almost any other angler in our field, other than Jeff Fitz.
Keith's having a hard time getting settled in this morning.
Yes, he is.
I've been through exactly what he's going through right now many times. You're not happy with anything. You're not happy with any place you go. You find something wrong with everything in front of you, and all it takes is one bite to get you settled down, and he needs that bite.
Or to key him in, you know, on what he needs to do. Because you know, with a guy like Keith, like you're saying, he knows every nook and cranny of this place, all the lakes on the chain. And right now, as he is, you know, having a slower morning than he wants to have, we do have him unofficially with a limit. the wheels do get to turning. Oh, what about this stretch and down at Dora? Oh, what about this in Eustis? You know, he's running through his progression in his head. But I still think at the end of the day, we will see Keith in the top 10. Because right now with a limit, Brad, talk about this. I think you understand this better than anybody.
I'm going to flip up this stretch and around the corner just a little, and then, man, if we don't get bit, I'm going to have to go hit a canal over there.
Going through his decision process right there, talking about where he's
going to go. It's dead right now.
But even with a small limit, like we see with Rob Turtle, unofficially, he's saying he has 13 pounds with an 8-pound. He's obviously got more than that. But Florida, for me, over the years, is so different than a Gunnersville or a Pickwick, where a guy may weigh a 25 to 27 pound stringer and it be all average fish, over 5 pounds.
Absolutely.
You don't see that in Florida a lot. We see guys catch a limit of 2.5 pounders, 2 pounders, and they might catch 2 7s in a day to help excel that weight. So with a guy like Keith right now on the scoreboard, on our way live out, doesn't look pretty. He's got a small limit, not what he wants, but 2 swings of the rod, and he's right there at 20 pounds. We see this all the time in Florida.
Yeah, it's very common down here. The fish like we saw Rob catch earlier is what you're after. Those are the things that change your tournament, put you in the top 10 and put you in contention. And there's no doubt that Keith is fishing areas and places that anytime he cracks that whip, it could be a fish, just like what we saw with Rob. He's just trying to get settled in, and that's what I meant by it is it's hard whenever things aren't quite going real well first thing in the morning, and your expectations are high. He's coming off of a win. He's on his home lake. He's wanting to do well. He just needs a bite to really settle him down.
Something else that Keith's got coming up, qualified for this year's Bassmasters Classic. It's next week. A lot of things going on. And Keith's like, man, he is having the best year of fishing of his life, and that's saying something because he's had a lot of really good years with a rod and reel in his hand.
He's got a lot this month of June.
Yes, he does. But if anybody in the sport of bass fishing can handle all of that, it is Keith, because he is so laid back, truly enjoys every second on the water.
Can you tell what he's flipping, Luke?
We've got Keith Carson here doing his thing, but I'm hearing that we're going to get a little update from the big cat, Fat Cat Newton, out on the water on the beautiful Harris chain. Let's check in with the big cat.
All right, folks, it's been an interesting morning. We haven't been running the gun like I thought we would be, because all the anglers, not all, but a lot, seem to be in the same place doing a lot of the similar things, and that's right in Harris Lake when you launch out of the ski beach area off on the west side. They are stacked up like cordwood over there. You've got guys, a lot of them are fishing that Kissimmee pattern, fishing that grass. We got guys on the outside of the Kissimmee grass. We even saw a few situations where we had guys on the outside of the Kissimmee grass, then we had guys on the inside of the Kissimmee grass, close to each other. Just something about that water on the inside of the Kissimmee seems to be a little bit different. The clarity's better. We saw that. A lot of guys out there fishing docks. And then we find out where Drew Six is. Drew Six was in the neighborhood. He's in Helena Creek, where we are right now, all the way in the back of Helena Creek. But on the way to Drew Six, we come across Bobby Lanham. He's also in here. And at the mouth, if I'm not mistaken, Mitchell Webb's at the mouth of Helena Creek. So it seems like this is where the fish are, and it's setting up a little bit different. It's shallow, a lot of shade, especially where Bobby is. Bobby's back by the bridges. But Drew said he pre-fished here, and he knew there was bait back here. He liked the cover, and the water temp was 81 this morning. It's still 81 now. Now, earlier in the week when we were out here practicing, water temp was getting up to the 90, 91 area in some areas. But right now, man, it's right there in that low 80s. So he said there was bait back here. Well, then this morning when he comes in, he said the water started to boil. Those shad, so the shad spawn is still going on back here. That's why he's got over 17 pounds in the boat. That's why he said he has a 6-pounder in the boat. And they're all coming on a darker color chatterbait. Looks like a black and blue chatterbait from what I could see. Then he would throw a frog up, if you can see in some of these pockets where that duckweed gets up under the cypress and things like that. He would try to skip the frog up under there. Hasn't had one on a frog yet. The gators are trying to get his frog, but not Big Belly Kelly. So Bobby Lanham's in here whacking them. Mitchell Webb seems to be out there whacking. We also saw James Biggs in here. James Biggs, he's also, seems like he's dedicated to that frog bite because he's a frog skipping son of a gun. He is singing that frog up under these cypresses. He said he's missed 4 good ones, lost a good one right at the boat. So Helena Creek, it's on fire right now, it seems like. So we're going to go catch up with Drew, see if we can catch him, catch another one, and you guys stick with us. Luke and Bradley, hope you guys are happy. Laid up in the AC, sipping on your heroes while I'm out here sweating. We were out there in the water earlier, and the boat driver, old Mudhole, was like, man, I smell Vienna sausages. I was like, no, that's just me sweating. So I'm going to go in there, have me a drink, and try to cool off, and watch Drew 6 try to win this thing. Appreciate you guys. Stay with us.
The one and only Fat Cat Newt. You know a guy has had a lot of Vienna sausage in his life when his sweat smells like it, Bradley. And he talks about Vienna sausage all the time. One of his favorite boat snacks.
We had a good time last night at the round table, and they served us some tasty frog legs.
Yes.
And I noticed that he rejected them.
He stayed away from those, and it did surprise me. Getting another look at Matt Massey, who has stuck to this offshore program. Very interesting stuff from Fat Cat, though, on this Helena Creek. And I believe, if I'm right, Bradley, this Helena Creek is in the lower portion of Lake Harrison, connects Lake Denham.
Yeah, I used to call that Lake Levi.
Lake Levi.
Lake Levi.
But it is shady in there on both sides. I've been in there a few times. So like he's saying, keeping those fish a little active, keeping that water temperature down.
Didn't feel like a big one. Tap, tap, tap.
Matt Massey with a swing.
Let's see if he'll bite again here.
It's really slowed down, dragging a worm offshore.
I think we're going to see Matt stick out here offshore all day. He had some really good bites in practice. Saw some windows and flurries. You know, on these shell beds, even though there's no current like the TVA,
little guy
interrupted by a bass. We like that.
Sometimes that right there could get a group going, though. That's what I was going to get at. One bite like that might get a group going, ignited.
Missing half a tail. A little hard to swim that way.
Probably because a 10-pounder tried to bite it off.
As he was reeling it in.
Yes. As we're approaching the 10 o'clock hour, these guys have been at it for a few hours now out there on the Harris Chain. We're going to take a look back at the morning's action. The beautiful Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida.
Flipping around with you.
Jared Blake leaning with it this morning. The white jig.
There's 3 bites in a row.
I love that time on a hand.
Little boat to boat action, I believe. That's our unofficial leader, Drew 6. Matt Massey, who is stuck with that offshore program.
That's where I was going.
Little boat to boat with River Lee, who has climbed our leaderboard. And of course, the man of the day so far on that Big Bite Challenge, big bass.
We hadn't seen that fish.
Rob Turkla. He's got a little bit more weight than he's saying in the Weigh Live app.
That's an absolute
He's going to be closer to the lead right now unofficially. With just those two.
That could be a double digit, baby. I don't even know. Woo! We did jack the biggest. Woo! Got to do a little bit of a happy dance. Look at that son of a gun, baby. Look at that. I'm so okay.
Big bass will make you do some strange things sometimes. We've had one guy dance. We've had Scott Siller professed his love for a bass. Now we're back live with Mr. Lunkers TV, Rob Turkla. Rob did well at our Wright Patman event. Rob, of course, very successful in the YouTube fishing world, but this year, 2021, this is his first foray into pro fishing, and it's had its ups and downs. He's been frustrated. He told me last night he fished another event down here this spring at the Harris Chain. Really thought he was going to do well. Cold front came in, changed up what he was doing, and he said, I've got one thing on my mind tomorrow, and that's revenge. And I'd say so far he's given a pretty healthy dose of revenge to these Harris Chain bass.
Rob has really dove in head first into tournament fishing this year. He's got a lot on his schedule. He's fishing multiple trails.
And he's taking his licks, right? He's not happy with his finishes, but there is a large difference in catching bass on camera, right, and competing in multi-day tournaments. And he's a guy that hasn't done that a lot, and I think for me it's impressive to see the progression he's made from January to now.
Yeah.
You know, cashed his first check at Wright Patman with us, and now today, I mean, having a heck of a first day on the Harris Chain. Looks like we're back over a little boat to boat. Drew 6 and James Biggs getting a little crowded in Helena Creek, looks like.
Mr. Biggs.
Bradley, you weren't with us at Wright Patman, but James tends to make his own visors out of MPFL hats. He just straight takes scissors to them, cuts the top out of them, and we didn't really approve of that. You know, I think Brad Fuller was very taken back by the fact that he just destroyed a hat to make a visor. But nonetheless, Biggs is always around some bass. Bradley, you've been here many times. We see that boat to boat. And do tempers ever flare in these canals? It's tight quarters.
It is. I think that, you know, it's kind of understood that when you come to Florida, even offshore, right, we see flotillas of 30 boats in one area on grass beds and things of that nature here. So you kind of come expecting to fish in a crowd. If your temper's flare and you don't like boats being around you, then you better get way off the beaten path. I don't know that you can get out of it here, to be honest with you.
And I think in pro fishing in general, if you don't like fishing around other competitors, pro fishing's probably not for you, because all these guys are really good on every trail out there, right? They find everything. And most of the time, as a rule, and we've talked about this a lot on the MPFL Live, if you're by yourself, you're either blowing the tournament out or you're in dead last most of the time.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's fair to say.
But, you know, this area that these guys are in hasn't played in a while. So Lake Levi. And now, when I say hasn't played at a national level. But it's played in the past.
Yes, it has.
Played in the past.
Back over to Jeff Fitz.
Fitz has moved offshore. Maybe not. Just to keep them honest cast out there.
Yes.
Keep them honest cast.
That is the beautiful thing about the Harris Chain. You can fish those Kissimmee grass lines, and a lot of them are very close to some offshore grass as well, so you can you know, for a guy that's ADD like myself, it makes it very hard. I'm like, are they out there? Are they up here?
I don't know what he's looking at, but with the advent of live scope and front forward viewing, a lot of times we catch things, even though
That's
we're
a fact.
focusing on that Kissimmee line. As you're going down, your eye catches something.
Might see a school of fish, might see bait fish, might see grass.
I asked Fitz last night about different things, and
Crap. Like smoked it. Knocked slack in my line.
Keith Carson.
Damn.
A little upset.
Wow.
These are good fish. They're just not getting it. Holy crap. Unless I hit him. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you flip in and you actually hit the fish while he's sitting there. And when you hit him, it scares him and he thrashes his tail and it feels like a huge bite. That does happen. Got this one. They are fish. That's 3 bites and like 5 flips. Look at this. Check this out. This is how you know they're spawning in June. You see that right there? That's a sign of a spawning fish. Water's like 80, what is it, 89, 80 something, and they're still spawning. It's crazy. All right, he's a dink, but
we talked about that this morning.
I'll take him.
We did.
152.
That's number 5?
That's number 5, yeah.
All right.
Another dink, so.
You actually said that to me yesterday.
Number 5.
There will be
spawning fish
in June in Florida. That's something that a lot of people don't think when you get to this time of year.
Here's a big thing right here.
All right.
Your next flip needs to be exactly
and the wind just
where that
died.
fish just came from.
Most likely the male right there.
Absolutely.
You're hoping mom's laying up
1
there.
pound.
Hoping their girlfriend is home.
Looking forward to moms.
5 ounces. All right, up to 9 pounds. Yeah, we need, you know, I really need those big bites. I need to connect with them.
Not flipping a stick bait like a lot of the other guys.
I know that there's a bunch
flipping
of
a creature
them.
style bait.
I know there's a bunch of them here. I just gotta, man, I just need those big ones to inhale it.
Yeah, a lot of times it's critical. You catch that fish, a lot of times it's a small one, and you think, you know, you're just in such a rush to get to the next bite, you know. It's critical that you make your next flip exactly where that bite came from. Even in the month of June, because we are in Florida. I mean, anywhere I go, if I get bit, my next flip is going to be right back where I just got that fish.
First school of the day. Checked 5 fish.
Yeah, I got 5. Yep,
The wind really hurt him here because it blew him right up in his stuff.
Just make sure, you know, we get 5. That is the key. We got 5. Now we just need like 4 4-pounders. 4 or 5 pounders, something like that. And they're here.
Something that's very interesting watching Keith to me, and it was the same way at Wright Patman, is the speed of how he flips, right?
Yeah.
He's very fast. It's kind of polar opposite. And I talk about that, Bradley.
Die or change direction.
The importance of speed, rate of fall of your bait for a little bass tank breakdown.
Well, let's focus on the last Wright Patman winner, Keith Carson, that we're sitting here watching. I watched some of that event as well, and I was taken away by how fast he was covering water with that flipping stick. It was pretty impressive. He had the trolling motor probably or somewhere around 75%.
Yes.
I mean, he was moving. While, yes, he's casting fast, see how he's leaving the bait in there for an extended period of time, though. It's not just coming out. So he's giving it an opportunity to be in there for a second or two. A fair chance. Fall rate is another thing that is going to be huge with these fish on this lake because, like I said, it looks like it's only a foot deep, and it's not. A lot of these places can be 5, 6, 7 foot deep on the outside edges of this Kissimmee grass that he's flipping. So a larger weight is going to allow you to cover more water because the fall rate is so much faster. It's going to get to the bottom quicker. You can get it back in and then on into the next spot. Also, the fall rate will help you with bites. As we progress into the summer, fish's metabolism speeds up, everything speeds up, and that fast fall rate, whereas maybe earlier in the year you might have been flipping a half ounce or something slower with colder water temperatures.
Or more around when it's a predominant spawn pattern,
Yeah.
right? You want to slow down a little
Slow
bit.
way down.
Way down. But right now we're going for that reaction bite.
Right.
And this Kissimmee grass, too, I want to point out, I think just at a glance, it doesn't look like it's that thick, right? Because you can see space in it, but that stuff's pretty gnarly. I mean, it takes a heavy weight to get down through that stuff.
It does, and to get to the base of it.
Yes.
And a lot of times that's where they are, is at the very, very bottom, in the holes and the gaps of it. So a big weight is important. Even though this looks spaced, I bet you he's at least flipping a 3/4 and probably a 1 ounce weight.
And flipping that creature bait, though, with some flapping legs, that'll slow the fall a little bit, but that gets those fish's attention in that thick Kissimmee grass. Good stuff, Bradley Hallman.
He's flipping straight braid, and he's going into the thicker stuff too. He's got his boat positioned there on the fringe grass, I guess you would call it, and he's going on into the heavier, thicker stuff.
I'll be honest, you're a rookie on MPFL Live.
Yep.
That was about as good of a bass take breakdown as we can get right there from the Oklahoma boy. Bradley Hallman bringing the goods. That is a little strange to be talking about flipping when you're talking about the bass tank, because they are experts in the electronics game, especially the forward-facing sonar, like the live scopes out there.
That's what they specialize in.
They do work out there in Oklahoma, electronics experts. Of course, John Sokup, one of the owners of the Bass Tank, one of our pros here on the MPFL.
They ship nationwide.
And they don't just talk it. They live it, They know how to use those electronics.
When we get back to Keith a little bit later, I want to point something else out.
Okay.
That I find extremely
You've
impressive.
caught something, huh? All right. Well, we will be back with more Keith Carson Live, MPFL Live, after a quick commercial break. We appreciate everybody watching us here at the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. Fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to Lake County, Florida, the Harris Chain. Getting a look at one of our unofficial leaders there, Drew 6. And a good look at some of the, just wild variety of cover that you can choose to pick apart here. Drew's in one of the canals. There's so many of those, and you have docks and you have cypress trees in those. Some of those have vegetation as well, seawalls. We've seen so many of our anglers though focusing on that Kissimmee grass line.
See frogging
a little bit, looks like.
Boat positioning way off there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Keeps it on the other side of the canal.
And I've actually been in this canal a few times, and those banks are very shallow. A lot of overhanging limbs, those skip under.
Mm-hmm. Grabbing another rod. I don't know that I've been in this place, Luke.
It's kind of a sneaky little spot, Bradley. I don't know if a lot of people know it's there.
I probably kept it going straight on into Lake Levi. You like that, don't you?
I do like that. We're going to leave our boat-to-boat action with one of our unofficial leaders here, and we're going to jump over to Alabama's Shane Cole. Who we've really seen so far this morning, Bradley, just focusing on the thickest vegetation he can find, flipping that big weight.
And in canals.
Mainly, yeah, for sure. But a mix of vegetation. We've seen hyacinths, reeds. And And predominantly, in my experience here, most of this type vegetation, which is what you see on a lot of Florida lakes, the reeds, the hyacinths, they seem to be in the canals more than out on the main lake. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying early in the summer. You know, that vegetation is the first one to grow to adulthood, right? Some of the stuff on the main lake, a little bit further behind. It's deeper. It's got to grow a little further. And different types of vegetation too, but the hydrilla is going to top out quicker here for sure.
Back to that scissor flip, as you call it. That sounds like a skateboard move, the scissor flip.
Yeah, the scissor flip.
I wonder if Shane Cole can kick flip. I'd like to see that.
I really like his mechanics of it. It's different.
He's efficient.
It's very efficient for him. It's a prime example of what you know guys learn in the sport that ask questions about different techniques and how to do them, and man, it's so important to do what works for you, right? Because just because you don't do it like Denny Brower did it, you know, or somebody other angler that you watch on TV, doesn't mean that it's wrong. Efficiency is the name of the game,
and confidence.
The more flips you can make in the day, the more opportunities you have to get a bite that could possibly be a 7 or 8 pounder. It's just about efficiency. What allows you in and out access the quickest throughout the day. And he's definitely got something that's working for him. He's had a slow morning.
Yes, he has. Of course, with that technique, though, typically you don't get a ton of bites, right?
No, you're looking for
hoping
quality.
for 6 to 8 bites all day long, and your landing percentage is not always great in those mats. So hoping for 5. You can hear him hanging out with the local birds there. Those Florida noises that we always hear.
I'm trying to figure out where that is. Like a lot of other viewers watching right now.
Shane's going to make a little move. So we go back over to Roane County's finest, Tennessee angler Derek Blake.
Still swinging that swim jig.
He can't put it down. He loves it.
Are you surprised, Luke, that Derek's not switched over to flipping yet? He talked about it first thing this morning.
We saw him do it just for a little bit. But I think as long as he's got that shade line, he was telling me that he had a lot of bites doing this in practice.
Well, you can create that shade line all day long just by switching different sides of the lake as the sun moves. You can keep that shade line.
We have Derek with only 4 bass in the box unofficially right now on the way live out. 21st place. Of course, you can find that over at the nationalprofessionalfishingleague.com. Just click on the Weigh Live option there and get the unofficial leaderboard. And we will go from unofficial to official here at the Venetian Gardens in Leesburg this afternoon. Our drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough bringing them across the stage. Something I've noticed with Derek is he's definitely concentrating because he stopped talking. Derek's like me, he likes to talk. So you can tell his wheels are turning. He's trying to get that 5th fish on the boat.
He's definitely got that braid singing.
Definitely.
He is not afraid to get all in amongst it either. Amongst it.
Amongst them. I like it. I feel like that was some of your Roane County coming out right there.
Probably was.
It was.
Probably was.
It was a little combo. It was a little Okie Roane County combo right there.
There's nothing more aggravating than all that grass tangled up in
Just
your
a
trolling
anchor?
motor top.
Nasty.
It's called power pull. It just pulls you down in place. Like when you pull up in them places, you just that way you don't blow up in there.
Let's talk about how he power pulls down to keep from going amongst them.
To keep from going in amongst them.
Now he's flipping.
Yeah, and he's got the stick worm on as well.
I think for people that don't realize how it goes down in Florida, sometimes you think of these big bass and you think we see all these big swim baits on the market, big top waters and things, and this simple plastic worm probably catches, I would say, 75 or 80% of the big bass in the state of Florida.
You know, and that
year round.
That bait catches fish all across the country.
Everywhere,
in
yes.
the spring.
Yes.
But then kind of gets put away in some guys' boxes.
That's a fact.
But not in Florida. I look for it to be a dominant player.
Well, by the end of 3 days of MPFL Live, we're going to see a lot of bass come across on that stick worm.
Mm-hmm. The only question I have is what size weight will be tied to it. It's the most productive, and I've got a feeling it'll be larger than most people think.
Absolutely. Of course, we saw that with Rob Turkla. The biggest bass that we've ever had on MPFL Live came on a stick worm this morning, the Kissimmee grass.
That'll be a question for him this afternoon on the after the weigh-in stage. What size weight are you flipping? Fall race so critical, so critical.
It's the most overlooked thing in bass fishing.
Yeah, guys all want to know, what color are you throwing? The color doesn't matter near as much as that fall rate matters.
And I think the guys that are like yourself that are so good at flipping, you'll cycle through several weights, right? I mean,
leave them tied on the deck.
Just several different rods.
They have 4 of the same baits tied on with 4 different weights.
That's good stuff.
Sometimes if it's a jig, it could be different trailers or using different plastic types like what you were talking about.
Or size line even.
And size line as well.
Well, so far, Bradley, we've had kind of a typical Florida morning. We've had some fireworks. We've had some lulls. It's Florida fishing, as we tend to expect. That Kissimmee grass that you mentioned at the first of the show being the dominant thing so far. That's where we're seeing this. Will that offshore bite play? What do you think? We got to see it at some point, right?
I think we have to see it at some point probably, but we're not going to see it as much as I thought. I mean, I really thought we were going to see fireworks first thing this morning offshore, and we haven't seen that yet. But you can't ride anything out. This is very early in the event. You know, we've got 3 days to go, and but I enjoy covering the Kissimmee grass line because we're going to be able to really dig into this thing. I'm going to learn a lot myself from working this event. Just watching these guys attack it and see how it breaks down.
Something that has surprised me so far, looking at our unofficial Weight Live leaderboard and comparing it to our Angler of the Year standings, I'm not seeing those names, those familiar names from the first 2 events, way up there so far early. It's early.
Surprise,
surprise. But this was that lake that I thought we could see some shakeups. And just like we saw with Rob Turkla earlier, those 7+ pound fish that live in here can change everything, can change your entire day, can change your entire year right here at the Harris Chain. But Nick Provanizak right now sitting on top of that progressive AOY. And this morning, he was one of my picks. I said he will still be way up there. I said this last night on the round table. So far today, not shaking things up. The only name going through this AOY list and looking at our unofficial leaderboard, John Hookup Soakup in the top 20. But other than that, you look through here, a lot of new names on this Way Live leaderboard right now. But want to take a look at the AOY standings presented by Progressive Insurance after 2 events. So right now, the Harris Chain, our 3rd stop of 6. So after this week, we're going to be at the halfway point, and things start to really get interesting from this point forward. But as we take a look, Nick Provanizak, the Ohio angler, as you mentioned, has won 17 boats in pro fishing. Just an incredible angler, a shallow water angler. I think he will definitely make some noise before the week's over here in Leesburg. But David Gaston, who has had 2 incredible tournaments back-to-back, just a few points behind him. Of course, Keith Carson, John Sokup, Mark Schilling, the Texas angler, who has had some amazing tournaments. The first 2, he's made a lot of noise. Josh Ray, Jesse Millsaps, Eddie Carper, Brandon Perkins, and Brian Hatfield, rounding out the Progressive Angler of the Year top 10. A guy to watch. And again, this morning, maybe he hasn't updated his Way Live app. Maybe he's having a tough morning. But that Brandon Perkins from Tennessee, our next event, looking ahead a little bit. Don't want to jump the Harris too much, but the next event, Pickwick Lake, and he just so happens to have Pickwick Lake on his boat wrap. So I feel like he's going to be a guy we're going to talk about a lot at the next event that could definitely shake things up. But so important to stay in this top 25 for our championship at the end of the year with the Progressive AOY. But to me, Bradley, and I know you can speak to this, Angler of the Year in any trail, I don't care if you're fishing a bass club, you're fishing single A, whatever it is, hardest thing to win and the most prestigious title no matter what you're doing. Am I right there? It's the hardest thing to win because it awards the most consistent guy, right?
Right. Championships and winning is kind of what the fans see as being the loftiest goal. But amongst anglers and your competitors, AOYs are
huge.
The hardest things there are,
and
because you've got to do it every single day.
Absolutely.
And, with MPFL's format being different where the whole field fishes for 3 days, I mean, it really puts the grinders in a really good place for opportunity for an AOY. Because every single day is going to matter.
Of course, we started at Eufaula. We end up out in Oklahoma in your backyard at Grand Lake. But we were able to catch up with Nick Provanizak, our AOY leader, for a little interview. We're going to take a look at that right now. Let's hear from Nick, Mr. 17 boats in his career.
Nick Provanizak, Warren, Ohio. Fish for a living and work at Fisherman Central. After 2 rounds in the NPFL, I'm sitting on top of the leaderboard, Angler of the Year, and feeling super excited about that. My goal this year was to be consistent and do well in each event, and ultimate goal was to win Angler of the Year. So things are going on stride. I mean, I had 2 great events, a 4th at the first event at Lake Eufaula and a 2nd at the last event on Wright Patman. So this event's going to be one of the backbreakers here. We get the 3rd and 4th event on Harris Chain on 3rd event, and then the 4th event's on Pickwick Lake. So between those 2 events, that's where it's going to be a lot of separation. We got to keep it consistent and catch some fish. My experience on this lake isn't very much. I haven't been here before. The fishing's been decent. There's been a lot of bites, but it's been hard to come by a lot of big fish. And I think a lot of the anglers are going to be in similar areas. There's a lot of good fishermen here, and you know, this type of lake, it fits in my wheelhouse a little bit. So looking forward to it. I'm looking to get in the teens, the mid to upper teens, at least, you know, for minimum weights. I feel like if you can keep that momentum for 3 days, that would keep you up in the standings. I would feel like to stay at the top of the points for the year, you'd have to be in that top 20 every event, or have at least the points for that type of, you know, maybe even 15th place averaging for the year. If you can average that throughout the year, I think you're going to be in the Angler of the Year. It would be awesome to win Angler of the Year, especially the first year for the NPFL. The inaugural season, I think it'd be wonderful, and it's definitely a goal of mine, and working hard to make that goal achieved.
And from Nick Pravanazak, it's good stuff on the AOI. It means so much to these guys because it is the ultimate trophy, because you beat everybody for 6 events. You didn't just win 1 event. So for 3 days of fishing for 6 events, you beat everybody, man. And that's whoever wins it this year in this inaugural season is really going to earn it. So far, Nick's on top. But a guy that is trying to get on top here, the Harris Chain, a place he loves, Scott Siller. And unofficially, we've got Scott sitting in 10th place still on our Way Live app.
Still focusing on those docks. All right, we're out.
Looks like Scott's going to make a little move here. I'm going to assume to go find some more docks, Bradley.
Okay.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be hard to find. There's plenty of them on the chain. Over to his roommate, Brian Tyler, who we saw going a little flurry earlier with the chatterbait.
He did.
Seems like I ain't hitting it on that dang well.
So Brian and Siller were telling me last night that they just met 3 or 4 years ago at an event in the state of Florida. Ended up renting cabins or something that were next door to each other and met. And became such good friends that they both now have moved to the state of Florida. They were actually living together at one point down here.
Okay, a bromance.
And
I like it.
They bought lots right next to each other. Like they are going to live side by side. Brian being from South Carolina, and Siller from Wisconsin, I believe.
He's from all over the place.
Yeah.
A man about town, Scott Siller.
But now Florida natives. Or transplants.
Transplants. I think it's fair to say a lot of people in the state of Florida are transplants, right? Florida's got the sunshine, they got the big bass, you got Disney World. I mean, people like to come down here.
Yeah.
But then you got Keith Carson, old school Florida, born and raised. Looking at Chris Heath now. He's working a little bit of that offshore action.
We haven't seen anyone crack the big one yet.
Off the bank.
It's coming.
A lot of parts of the country, you think, oh man, as the day goes on and it gets hotter in the summer like this, that the fishing actually slows down. But in my opinion, Florida can be exactly the opposite. As it warms up, these fish like it hot. It's what they're used to. 10 out of 12 months of the year, they've got great weather for these fish to thrive.
I have never enjoyed takeoffs at daylight. Like, it's the worst thing ever. Getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning. At some point early on, I realized I think you chose the wrong profession, dude.
Exactly.
But, dude, I've always hated it. I would love a 9 a.m. takeoff. Everybody could see in the daylight.
Chris Heath hooked up.
Because you can catch them just like this all day long.
I want to circle back to what you said after we watched Chris here. I don't know why we can't get together for a breakfast at, say, you know, an IHOP. Why can't we just get together?
Dude, we could with 9
at
a.m.
9 a.m.
takeoffs.
I'm saying that the whole field, catered breakfast, go out about 10, come
Yes.
back about 5.
Yep. Perfect.
How about that? Why do bass have to get up so early?
Everybody could get off work and make weigh-ins at 6 o'clock in the
Absolutely.
evening.
I like it. I always thought that. If anybody from Cracker Barrel is watching, maybe the Cracker Barrel Trail here at MPFL, we meet for breakfast, some pancakes. Bradley and I'll fish. I don't know if anybody else will.
That'd be the first rule I would change. If I was put on the board, would be 9 a.m. takeoffs or 10.
10? Why not? Sleep till 8. See Mr. Heath update that Way Live app, which is very important to keeping up with the game here on the Harris Chain. Of course, you can find all that information on tmpfl.com. You can look at our AOY standings there as well, but the unofficial leaderboard, as these guys update it throughout the day, all 103 anglers this week are heavily encouraged to update that app.
Got one in the box.
As Chris gets another bait on. We're going to take a quick commercial break, pay the bills, and thank the sponsors that bring you MPFL Live. We'll be back to Leesburg, Florida very soon with more live action.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
So when does it start? It starts with a mission, driven by a greater Orlando. It starts with a region united by a love for the game. When does it stop? It doesn't. Because here there is no off-season. It starts when you accept the challenge, when you share the love, when there's a reason to rally, when I becomes we. It starts when you have access to every court, every field, every moment. It starts when you have options. Lots of options. It starts when you come for the game, but stay for the magic. When we shoot for the belt, the cup, the gold. So when does it start? It starts when you say, go.
Welcome back to the Harris Chain in sunny Florida. And you can see Turkla has opted for the straw hat now. Got an 8-pounder in the box if you're just joining us. I'm a fan of the straw hat, but they are so frustrating to store in a bass boat because they get smashed. They don't really compress down that easily without ruining the hat. But I am a fan in the summertime of the straw hat. What about you, Holman? I've never seen you wear one.
Smoked it, shook all the Kissimmee grass, ran all the way out to the boat, couldn't keep up with them. That kind of sucked. I did move spots. I'm trying to get out of the wind a little bit. They're busting bait back in the back in here. I do feel like this Kissimmee grass will reload over 3 days. If I can just get one really good, if I get like another like a 4-pounder.
Where's one? Oh. That would have been a 4-pounder. I would have started calling foul on that. It's a profit.
And I also just switched up hooks. I was using a 5-aught flipping hook, and I just switched over to one of my Guggen hammer hooks just because my hookup ratio wasn't good. I don't think he's gonna help.
I was wondering, I'm hoping he's digging in his live well.
He could, I guess. I don't know.
I want to see him
yeah, I'd like to see what he's got.
Because I know on our unofficial leaderboard he's not there, but I think he could be closer than.
You know what?
That's a call. It's definitely a call, right? From my perspective.
Yep.
It's hard to tell on TV.
He'll give me an ounce or two.
Killed it. You see him using that G-Force Conservation culling system by TH Marine.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal was. I wasn't getting hooked up very
fish
good.
care provider.
I missed too many fish on that
of the
flipping
NPFL.
hook, so we made a hook that had a different bend to the up here, and it's got a little less. The gauge of the wire is not nearly as thick. Like I was saying though, I need a 4-pounder. If I can get a 4-pounder, I actually will probably start running a little bit new water to see if I can get bit on some moving baits or something, because that would put me in the high teens, I think. Probably 16, 17 pounds if I can catch a 4, maybe more, I don't know. I don't even know what I got right now. Doesn't really matter, but if I can catch another good one, I think I might run some new water to see if I can, because tomorrow I don't know how much time we're gonna have to fish, because it's gonna be, there might be some pretty bad thunderstorms, and I'm kind of a pansy, and I'll hide out underneath the dock. I'm not gonna fish in thunderstorms. If there's lightning cracking around me, that is. I should get bit though a few more times through this stuff, and definitely on that bank over there. I kind of wanted to save that bank till the sun got out.
Did you hear that camera beeping doing the YouTube thing, saving that clip? We can go back and find it on the card.
That hat's got to be lightning proof.
I mean, it's shelter in place, basically, right?
I was just thinking about tomorrow.
I should probably do some weighing, huh? To really, if I catch another fish, I'm gonna start weighing those fish, see which one needs to go first.
I hope he does weigh them, because I'm interested in what he's got. Because one of the fish catches that we saw earlier, I hadn't seen in the beginning of the morning, and I thought that it was a really good-looking fish, like in that 4-pound class. And you just start doing the math with an 8 and a 4. It doesn't take much to get there. You
That's
know?
right. Kind of that typical Florida stringer, too, right?
Yeah, and man, we're early. We're early in the day.
Very early.
This grass looks so damn good.
Just rolling up on close to 11 a.m., but
I want you to notice how much slower he is now than where he was when he started this morning.
He's calmed down a little bit.
Absolutely.
8-pounders will do that.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, he looks on point right now for sure.
Come on, where you at, 4-pounder? Give me a 3-pounder. No, I'll take a 2.5. I'll take a 3.
I feel like you should give Rob your shirt for tomorrow, Hallman. If he had that hat and your shirt on MPFL Live, especially when it starts lightning, I don't think lightning's getting near that combo.
Rob would look good in this Sooner jersey. We've only got Rob in 9th. He's in the top 10 unofficially on the leaderboard, but like I say, it's we've got his big fish down as.
You put it in as an 8?
A 5.3.
Oops.
Liar.
Well, I'm wondering if the 5.3 is not the other fish that we saw.
We'll see. I think he certainly got more weight than 13 pounds.
He's got all day to improve, and I like what he's doing.
Yeah, coming up on 11 a.m. and these guys don't have to be in first flight. That drive-through weigh-in starts here at Venetian Gardens in Leesburg, Florida at 3 p.m. where the unofficial becomes official. And Al McCullough will lose his voice screaming about all these Harris Chain big bass.
Rob with the left-handed reel as well. I don't know that he's left-handed, but my guess is that he's not.
Come on, something joint
Chooses
it.
the left-hand reel for flipping. Back to that efficiency thing I was talking about.
Looks like he's speeding up again, though, a little bit.
He's still
slowed down.
He's nothing where he was this morning when he first started. And
No, I'm
the
actually
wind was
right-handed.
blowing on that grass line.
It just
He
never
wasn't
made any
happy.
sense. I never understood why people flip, if they're right-handed, they flip, then change hands to reel in. It doesn't make any sense. So, Scott Martin always gave me crap about it. He always said I need to learn how to flip like everybody else. I don't know, it just was awkward. Pick up his rods and, I don't know. It is kind of weird if you think about it. I am right-handed and I flip backwards. Maybe I get more flips in than the average person because I have to switch hands to reel, but it is hard to find reels, I'll tell you that much. They make like 1% left-handed reels, I feel like. I just buy them whenever I can because they're never in stock. Ooh, that little piece of Mother Earth almost got swung on there.
So exactly what I was
I
talking
just saw
about.
bait get busted.
He's right-handed
I just saw bait get busted.
and using that left-handed reel instead of switching to flip left-handed.
Come on. One good bite and we're in good spot. I guess I found some
You see that a
grass
lot
out
with the
there.
Florida guys. Like you mentioned, Scott does it. I know Bobby Lane is
Actually, he's not
that way as well. I think both the Lane brothers use the left-handed reels. You, Luke, you a left-handed reel guy?
No.
Come on, right through here.
No.
Me either.
I have lots of descriptive terms I could use to say what that looks like when I go left-handed, but I will not use them on MPFL Live. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing.
We're in the same boat.
Not a good thing. But when you use a spinning reel,
It's crazy. His MLF was here like a week ago.
it's on the left-hand side, correct?
I didn't do a, well, I guess
For
one of the
you,
guys
or do you
did.
swap the reel? See, that's me.
I
That
haven't
makes
been
no
able to catch
sense.
a
But
single
with
fish
a
on
bait
dock
caster,
or a tree. I think I tried for like 13 minutes though. Pretty much gave up on that. See, this is the kind of weather I'm looking for. Sun, no wind, bald eagles.
Amen. American flags and big bass.
it's appropriate for Memorial Day week. Of course, all of our pros
I
started
just-
practice here on the Harris Chain on
Is that a
Sunday.
fish? That's got to be a fish, right? Nope.
We can't help you, Rob. I don't know if
One
it's
of
a
these
bite or
flips is
not.
going to be a 4, I'm telling you. Maybe not in here, but between now and 3 p.m. Shit, we got 4.5 hours to catch one big fish.
So we hear Rob talking there. He's got 4.5 hours left in the day, and we've already had a lot of excitement at the halfway point. We're going to take a look back at some of our fish catches for the beautiful Harris Chain of Lakes here in Lake County, Florida.
Watch for that one I was talking about. He's got a catch there that we had not seen.
Some of the Florida locals checking out the highlights with us. Siller with the spinning tackle on that one. Alabama Shane Cole bringing the thunder. Oh, no. Tennessee's Derek Blake. Matt Massey. Matt's had a good morning offshore so far. The big bite has eluded him for the most part. Chris Heath also having a good morning offshore. There's one of your fellow Okies, Mr. Sheldon Collins. Sheldon, one of our young pros on the MPFL. Looks like he's got a limit in Cullen. And the guy that's had some fireworks for us this morning, Rob Turkla.
That is an absolute fuck.
This might as well have been a Roman candle right there.
Yeah.
Good stuff this morning from the Harris chain. Take a look at our unofficial leaderboard, courtesy of the Way Live app coming in, and we've got River Lee unofficially sitting on top at 18 pounds 9 ounces. John Cox, the one and not only John Cox from Georgia, 16-13, said he had a great practice. He was posting a lot of pictures on social media, so I kind of expect this. And a guy that John runs with, his roommate, his bromance buddy out here on the MPFL, Chris Canute, in third place unofficially. Mike Nugent holding down the fourth place spot with a little shy of 15 pounds unofficially. Jake Boomer, the Washington State angler, in fifth place. Bobby Lanham, who's been unofficially in our top 10 all day, he's hanging around that. Matt Mollahan. Bryant Smith, who is an angler we have not got to cover this year yet on MPFL Live. He's way up there in the points. He's a West Coast angler, and all the guys I know out there, and I've kept up with Bryant for a long time, he is one of the most talented anglers we have in this field. This will not be the last time he's mentioned on the MPFL Live. Of course, Robert Turkla and Ryan Chandler. Rhino, former FLW Tour pro, in 10th place right now unofficially on the leaderboard.
We're starting to creep up on 13 pounds for top 10 cut in the midday.
And Bradley, I feel like unofficially, you know, knowing the Harris chain, 4.5, 5 hours left in this day for a lot of guys. I think that 12 pounds a day is going to be your check line at the end of the week, ultimately, not your top 10. I'll be surprised if it's not. And you'll see those weights bump up quite a bit as the day goes on.
Guys weren't expecting fireworks this morning, I don't think.
Of course, there was another major tournament here last week. These fish have seen a lot of pressure. And I think we're in that transition time, too, where a lot of things are changing. You know, the shad spawn's starting to slow down. The bass spawn's winding down. Got a lot of fish moving offshore. A lot of fish moving around in this Kissimmee grass. Jeff Fitz, slow and steady.
Jeff's got the flipping stick in his hand.
Then he made a liar out of you. Picked up another rod immediately. It's like he do.
You can't pass up that dock. Got to skip something underneath it.
There's one. Come on.
Just like that.
Thank you, Lord.
Get in the boat.
The good quality fish right there for Jeff.
Thunder cricket.
Vibrating jig under a dock. The thunder cricket, to be exact.
Talking with Jeff last night about different things and kind of his background and being from this area. He asked that we mention Glenn Brown. I thought it was pretty cool. He was friends with Glenn Brown, who was a professional angler with us for many years and recently lost a battle to cancer a few years ago. And
it's a legend in these areas, man.
Absolutely.
And a great human being.
He was a good friend with Jeff. Glenn put a Popka.
He did.
On the map.
In a major tournament a few years ago.
He sure did.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Just keep him coming. See if he's got any friends under there. See if I can get back under there.
Gonna see these boat docks play for sure, Bradley. I was on the fence about it.
I think it's just the time of year difference, you know. I think that I mean, they've played in spring tournaments. I mean, we've seen them top tens. They just haven't been involved with the win, but
there's a fish
definitely
under there 'cause I can't
can
get
see
back
it.
under it.
You know, they've come close to winning some events.
Skipping that thunder cricket right back under that dock, Bradley.
Yeah, and same thing with Keith Carson. So these are the two guys that probably had the most knowledge of this place. Both of them skipped chatterbait style baits up underneath the docks as opposed to throwing a weightless stick bait or something like that.
Slowing down, picking it apart.
Yeah, they're fishing the middle of the water column.
He's not moving a lot, though. He's making that same cast over and over.
Same thing we saw Carson do. Remember I told you this morning?
That's a better fish, maybe. No, same size.
And that's why.
Ain't much, but right now I'm in desperate need of them.
And I feel like just by looking at the boat, he's power poled down.
100%.
And we talk about it a lot. Dudley and I have the first two events, but that innovation a few years ago changed the way we bass fish because, and no, it's not a super windy day today, but without that, you wouldn't even have that in your thought process to throw down and slow down and maybe make multiple casts at that dock. But with the poles, you put them in the mud, and he catches two bass on the same cast on that dock. That's so crucial at times.
Power poles have been a huge difference and changed the sport. Changed the sport. I remember when we first started running them, most of us just had like one. Chris Lane might have had two. There was very few guys with two. And just one season with one, and like everybody had two after that.
Well, one makes you like a one-legged duck. You just kind of swim in a circle.
Yeah, the wind kind of pushes you around.
It helps, but two, you put them down, you're not going to move.
Yep.
We've been lucky. Some of the folks from Power Pole joined us over here this week in Leesburg. We're thankful for them. Service crew over here helping us out.
They're not the right ones, but
they don't have to work on a lot, though. I will say that. Like the Maytag repairman.
Had no experience. Or sleep.
Over to Derek Blake.
The road warrior.
All right, guys. We flipped some lily pads. Lost one. Still got 4 fish. They are not biting. I'm just mixing it up. Still throwing old whitey a little bit. But I flipped a bunch and had 2 bites. I lost both of them. So I think after, seems to me like 11, 12 o'clock, the flipping bite gets better for me. The Cinco bite anyway. But I can still get bit on this white jig all day. It don't really matter. You just gotta fish and fish and fish, and then all of a sudden you'll catch one. It's a workout. Never know where your bite is on this lake. Not right now, anyway. And we'll go out here and flip this edge.
I wonder if they're having a Roane County watch party on Watts Bar right now. You think in Rockwood? Think they're gathered up at the tackle store watching Blake this morning?
My cameraman about lost his shoes
Bradley.
earlier. I saved them for today.
It's been a lot of years since I've been in that tackle store. I don't know if they have a TV.
It had.
I don't think they got that one.
Bud Strader's probably up there streaming it on his phone for everybody right now.
They're like, oh, we like this guy's voice.
I can't sing, old guy.
That's a lie. I've heard Blake sing many a karaoke night.
Kind of got to weave back and forth in this stuff. When the white jig, when it's really good up there, this whole stretch, man, this is part of the better stretch right here. But it ain't really that. It ain't on fire by no means. Like I said, we're not at this point. All I'm looking for is one 5-pound bite. I got 14 pounds. That's gonna be. I mean, I think that's gonna be up there pretty good. And who knows, it might not be.
Little known fact, Bradley, in the world of professional fishing, Derek Blake actually taught veteran pro Wesley Strader everything he knows.
I like that little known fact.
I mean, that'll be a trivia question coming up at the end of the day, but Wesley Strader been out here for a long time, and Derek Blake did. He taught him a lot, even though he's younger than Wes. Taught him a lot of things. Wesley Strader and Brad Knight.
At least you're not fishing behind people.
Taught by Derek Blake.
Not one after another. I'm sure somebody's probably done been down through here, but I mean, look, there's so many places to flip. There's no way you're gonna flip it all in one pass.
As Derek, I think that's perfect right there to take us in to a commercial break. We're going to pay some bills, and we'll be back soon with more MPFL Live from the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner ad at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to the Harris Chain. Back to Derek Blake. I was talking to Derek last night, and he wanted me to be sure that I gave a shout out to Red up in East Tennessee. And he just said Red, and I don't even know what that meant, but
Big Red.
Big Red. That's what he said. Keith Carson
They're
Cullen.
all freaking tiny, honestly. Yeah, that one's a dink.
What's that one?
141. So that one's definitely smaller. Let me see what this one weighs. This one's 152, which is the same as this one. All right, so he can go back. So now number 4 and number 5 are both 150,
So
right? These are both exactly the same. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4 in that side, and one in that side. So, shoot, it's just not happening right now. So I have 3 1.5s. Yeah, just went up an ounce.
Unofficially have Keith in 30th place.
Well, that was good. Put a new worm on, made a cast, got
9
one.
pounds.
So let's do that again. Man, I can't see on my glasses. Dang.
Humidity's strong in Florida right now.
I mean, I'm looking for, like, you know, one good one back here. In practice, I had a couple good bites in here.
See back in the canal now.
These are all
he talked about earlier.
crap worms.
I kind of think he is.
I believe. Definitely not main lake like we've seen him do
Right.
all of his damage so far.
Come on, give me like a 7. I know they're back here.
Speed worm, another Florida staple.
A Harris chain staple for sure.
Needlefish,
Yep.
imitator.
For those of you at home that have never seen a needlefish, you're going to want to Google that because it is an interesting looking creature and not a typical bass, you know, what we think of when we think of bass forage.
I think he's reeling that on top of the water.
I believe that he's definitely going pretty quick with it.
Oh my gosh.
He is.
Oh crap, gator.
Come on, catch him. We can weigh him in. Do you remember the shad bait
Come on.
that
Flapping shad.
that they first started?
Gambler
There's a
flapping
bird up
shad.
ahead.
It was
Maybe
a
they're-
Florida
maybe I'll catch one up
absolute legend. And guys don't really use it that much anymore. I've still got a lot of it. It was one of my favorite,
Same
absolute
sound.
favorite baits.
You had to cut the tail.
Yep. Yep. Of course, the speed worm comes with the tail already cut. But, yeah, the Gambler flapping shad, an OG Florida special, man.
That's what it's reminding me of.
Yep. I've still got a lot of them.
No, is he looking at it?
That used to be the
Having a bait?
Okeechobee standard back
Oh
in the
crap.
day.
I didn't even see him. I'm probably going to catch one eventually. There's so many in here.
I think he's referring to alligators.
Yes. That's pretty where he's at right there. That's just, looks like he'd get a bite in a cast. Good looking stuff.
Natural Florida.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
How old is Keith, Luke?
You put me on the spot like that, Bradley?
I'm sorry. Absolutely.
I'm going to go within his 30s, you know. Should know that. But I don't. Don't know it at all. I'll find out, though.
If he is, he's just early in them.
Wise beyond his years.
Well, he grew up with John, so that should help us some. How old is... You're right, he's in his 30s. He's not in his 20s, probably.
Yeah, they actually went to high school together.
So they're basically the same age. I was just thinking he's got a bright future. I was wondering how young he was.
I'd say somewhere between 5 and 70. Bradley.
I'm going to go with between 6 and 69.
Yes.
Like
There
I'll
you go.
beat you.
Yeah. Price is right, me. Thank you.
Oop.
Dang it. That definitely isn't going to do it. Come on. That ain't gonna do it. Shoot. Damn. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna get one in here.
A lot of confidence coming into this event, I'm sure. A technique that you don't see very often with that style of bait. Using it as a top water. I wonder, is he still on Harris? There's lots of places that look like where he is. It doesn't have the big overgrown trees like some of the other guys we've seen in the other creeks that had the bigger bags this morning with the shade.
This is more of a backwater pond, looks like.
Yeah.
Really. Picking up a frog, looks like. You know, Keith is rooted in the Florida, you know, just fishing community down here. And something that you and I found out since we've been here, the Harris Chain, so many bass tournaments over the years. Leesburg. But yesterday we got a chance to hear that they actually had the first professional bass tournament here in 1928. And I believe our man Fat Cat Newton caught up with the Historical Society here and got some background on the Harris Chain, and you and I got to do this yesterday. It was a really cool experience. Let's go check out the city of Leesburg with the big cat, Fat Cat Newton.
I did catch like a good.
Folks, right now we're at the Leesburg Heritage Society and Historical Museum in downtown Leesburg. Like I said, this is one of those hidden gems. It's on a little side street. And it's, when you guys come down through, it's a spot I would highly suggest. Whether you're into fishing, whether you're into history or anything like that, you can come get it all right here. Come see my man Joe.
Good plug. Leesburg was the official first ever National Bass Tournament, and this was in 1929, and it's been going on every year since then.
You got some cool stuff over here too that really, like, is that Bobby right there that caught that? What's that fella's name? Bobby Jenkins?
No, J.B. Schneck.
He looks like a guy I know named Bobby.
The interesting thing, though, is the residents weren't allowed to enter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that bothered a lot of people around here, but it would be an unfair advantage to them knowing the lakes and all that.
So it was all out-of-towners coming to fish for the National in 1929.
Yeah, people from all over.
Isn't that something? Yeah. And to see what it's evolved into now, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of guys out there spending a bunch of money to go chase around a bunch of green fish and just to release them. But it does bring a lot of good people together, that's for sure.
Yes, it does.
I'm gonna be honest with you. These things do not taste as good as they look. I'm just kidding. I know you can't eat owls, I can't. I'm not eating owls.
back live now. Of course, Fat Cat, that was a little pre-production piece there. He's out on the water today in Leesburg, but we went by there yesterday, Bradley, and to the Historical Society there in the museum, and with Fat Cat, he took us on a tour himself. Pretty exciting stuff. But 1928, and all the pictures, the guys are wearing suits and ties next to 9-pound bass nailed to a board. It was very strange to think about it, because now we got these guys that got these jerseys, these wrap boats. Back then, they didn't care, man.
It was
Suit and
Dr.
tie.
H.F. Fox.
Yeah, there was a
Have they
doctor.
been live with us at all?
They just were actually for like 10 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
we are
Oh,
live
you-
right now.
Action, Keith.
It just
You
kind
can
of.
give us a shout out anytime you'd like to. Bradley
Oh,
and
okay.
Luke.
Well, if what Rick was doing was. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I had to make a game change. Wait, I can't even talk, man. It's definitely showing how my fishing skills are. I can't fish. I can't talk. I had to make a change because. I was losing like 60-70% of my flipping bites today, and the wind changed from the north to the south. It affected my stretches, definitely affected my stretches, and I lost a good 3 or 4 pounder. I had a couple other ones that really had some weight to them, and I just couldn't get them. So I decided to come up this creek. I'm just trying to catch like a 3 or 4 pounder right now. Sometimes just catching like a 3 or 4 can really change the momentum of the day. So that's really all I'm trying to do. Let that grass settle, and let these clouds build up, and then get back out there. If I have to, I think I can flip a big jig and then like do big hops and swim it on the edge of the grass. And I think I can get one of them big ones to react to that, because they're missing just missing the bait. In practice, they were inhaling it. I'd flip in there and they'd suck it in, and all the grass was laying over, just big fish. I couldn't believe it. So for it to change as much as it has is it's kind of shocking, because summertime, it's not like it's a serious cold front or anything coming through. But hey, who knows? So all I can do is roll with it, do the best I can, try to adapt, and hopefully salvage the day. I'm hoping I can somehow come up with like 15 pounds or something today, and then make a change for tomorrow. Oh, here it comes. Got it. Got him. Ah, okay, still a dink.
That one waked it. That one chased it down. I thought it was going to be like a 3. Called a shot on
That was awesome.
I was expecting the giant. He got me fired up.
That'll definitely kill, though, because it's smallest for 1.5, he was saying.
Yeah, 2 1.5s.
170. We just gained 2 ounces, guys. Can't complain about that.
I think he must have hit his mic with that crazy hook set.
Yeah, good
fully
point.
loaded hook set.
Pulled it right off his shirt.
He's gonna be making a coal.
Well, that'll
there.
make a little coal for him.
So now number 4 is a 170. All right. Well, so maybe I'll get maybe I'll go back out to that grass and get 2 big bites, and maybe my small one will end up being a 170.
I can't hardly hear him. He's talking about moving out to the grass for some big bites. So
People,
yeah, it helped a lot. I mean,
people,
for some things.
people stayed home, worked on things.
Back to Derek
People
Blake.
built stuff that they wanted to do, and they just couldn't do it.
Yep, Home Depot's like went through the roof.
Yeah.
Looks like they're building right there.
Biggin. Ah, baby.
There we go.
Cook, come out, look here.
Go behind the back in there. That's the fit.
I went to boat flip that thing. I thought, oh, this thing's kind of big. A little bigger than I thought. He's 3 3/4 pounder.
Derek and his cameraman Brian just teaming up on him out there today. I like to see
sit
that.
down and retie him.
Having a good day today.
For sure.
Dude, I picked up, and just like that back there, he just sit there.
It's so weird. It's definitely quiet right now.
Flipping bites, picking up.
That's the best action going so far because they're cutting it right now to play it.
I love
This
it.
guy's moving
you
up
don't
the
like this right
leaderboard.
here, and you better find something else to do.
Got Mr. Hookup.
I'd say you
Sook
could go
up.
take a swim,
He's
but
jumped all the way to
scared
5th.
of a crocodile somewhere.
Shucker.
Luke Duncan.
Color me surprised.
With 15 pounds.
Back over to Rob Turkla.
Rob now officially sitting in 10th.
Bubble Boy for the top 10. Of course, our top 10 will get cameras tomorrow.
Come on.
Hooked up.
Out of there.
All right.
I think if he keeps doing it all day long.
Tiny fish. This one actually might help. Might give me a couple ounces. Maybe. I gotta get rid of 116.
He's going to have a really strong chance.
Come on. Be like
Another bite
130 something.
So much
Make
time
him
left in
tingle a
his
little
day,
bit.
too. And, man, when you just need that 8-pounder helps so much.
Oh, okay, good. Look at that. Let's make sure this is good. I'm gonna clear the scale. I think we actually just got. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Number 1. There we go. 3 more ounces. What do you think about that? I'll take 3. I'll take 3 more ounces. I'll take 3 more ounces. All right, what do we? That was black. 3 more ounces. Oh, no, no. Calm yourself. 3 more ounces. Damn, dude, I was literally just thinking, I think we should move. That guy just came through here. I saw what he was flipping. The old man was flipping some really tiny bait. Maybe he was crappie fishing. I don't know. Nah.
Is he not in this tournament?
No, he's not. He was just, that old man we just passed?
Yeah.
No. That guy is. He's
The guy
fishing.
that just took off for you.
No, he wasn't. The old man in the tracker?
Yeah.
Nah, he wasn't.
Is that a tracker though?
Yeah, it was a little tracker. Little tracker. Man, I'm telling you what, I switched over to this hook and I have not missed. I'm 100%. I'm glad I did.
Camera clicking again.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. I was seriously about to leave. Told myself I'll go through this point. Once I hit through this point, we're gonna leave. We did add like 5 ounces on this little stretch, which,
You know, the most highest percentage cash you can make
there
in a
goes
day.
the pro,
Luke.
the go-ness.
What is the highest percentage cash you can make in a day?
What is the highest
What
percentage?
What cast is the highest percentage cast of catching a fish during your entire day of fishing?
Goodness gracious. All of them, right?
Mm-mm. There's one in particular that is much higher percentage than any other. And a lot
I
of
will tell you
anglers
this though, this scale
overlook it.
Hit me
was
with
off
it.
last event. It's pretty good.
Your very first cast after you've caught one.
One of the days
Okay.
I thought I had 15 pounds and I came in and
Now,
had almost 18.
earlier we were talking about spawning fish, and that is true, but
So that 8-pounder
you
could
think
be,
about TVA, you think about a
could
lot
be
of
fucking
situations.
nuts if it was like a.
That's true.
Your highest
Nine
percentage
something,
cast
but-
that you can possibly make in a day will be the cast after you have just caught a fish.
And you're on high alert, right?
I was gonna move.
A lot of
Just
times.
keep plugging away. Plugging away. At least we're getting bit pretty good, you know. Let me look at this fish back here. Oh, she's chilling. Oh, that water feels good.
Still a little cold?
Yeah, it's fine.
So our unofficial leader, River Lee, sounds like we have tracked him down with one of our MPFL live cameras. We're going to get our first look at River right now.
To being live? Okay.
Of course, good to see River back on top. Had a rough event down at Wright Patman. Had a great first day there, was in contention, but had a little slip up unintentionally.
Yeah.
Cannot receive any information from non-competitors. There was a spectator watching him, and he just happened to ask how a friend of his was doing in the tournament. And can't do that. You can't do that because ultimately it could give you a competitive advantage, right? If a guy's fishing, if you've seen a guy fishing an area, you know, oh, Bradley Holman's over there. Hey, what's Bradley Holman got? That's why we keep that from happening. And River happened to make that mistake. Didn't realize it until Brad Fuller, the tournament director, talked to him after the day. He handled it like a champ and came back, fished the last 2 days, caught bass both days, and now unofficially in the lead here, day one in Leesburg.
We have him officially at 1912, so he's knocking on 20's
Yes,
door.
he is.
Came out swinging.
Not a surprise that it appears that River's working the Kissimmee grass pattern. That seems to be prevalent. River, a Texas boy,
That's
and
a
a bright spot in our sport.
That's a little harder line than we've seen some of the guys on. A little more defined edge. You think he caught the big bag that he's got right now up to this point doing what he's doing?
I would say so.
That would
Seems
be
to be
my,
pretty confident. That's a confident stance there.
That'd be my guess.
He's slow, too, you know.
Yep.
Well, now that we've caught up with River, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back on the Harris Chain with more MPFL live action very soon.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion
so no audio?
is catching.
Just video? Okay.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Let's weigh him.
Welcome back to Lake County, Florida, and a Florida boy right here looks like he did some culling while we were on commercial break.
Okay.
Or was about to.
Okay, so number 5, I think. Number 5 was like a ding. Yeah, that was a 150.
Doing some trading up.
If I can get it unhooked. There we go. All right, so that's a. Oops.
And that's those better than average fish.
Okay, it's not a giant. I'm going to put him on the bigger side
that with some
because he's my second biggest right
in.
now. And then one's a 2. One's a 2. I think number 3 goes next.
Not a lot of meat yet.
Yeah, I think
not a
number
fully
3
loaded
goes
live
next.
well, Bradley.
No.
Not yet, but it's early.
Sweet.
We will see fireworks from this guy.
All right, that's good. We're still in commercial?
I think he had some bites this
2.
morning, you know, that
were
probably what he was looking for, and he just didn't
get
them.
Better.
Heard him
Made
talk
an upgrade. That was a pound
about
upgrade.
the way the fish were taking the bait.
So like not huge, but I'll take him. Oh, bent my hook point. That's why you got to check your hook point every time. Because I just straight up bent it. Let me stop us.
It's always a bad thing to figure out after you lose a fish.
Yes, it is.
Is that you had a rolled tip and didn't notice it.
And with Keith, you see him checking that just religiously. Go over from Florida angler Keith Carson. Get another look at Shane Cole from Alabama. How Shane's using that seat pedestal holder there to hold that rod just for a second.
Little Alabama ingenuity.
Yes. I'll let you say Roll Tide. I'm not. A lot of my Tennessee Vols faithful gave me a hard time after saying it for David Gaston last tournament. You get that, right?
Yeah. Look at that. Oh my gosh, did you see that rod change? Efficiency. I don't know that I've seen that trick very many times.
Something you see a lot, though, on the Harris chain. No wake signs.
Yes.
A lot of time idling, no wake.
There's some of your cypress trees.
Mm-hmm. We've seen Shane fish a variety of cover today and struggling a little bit. I think he's trying to get it dialed, obviously, trying a lot of different things.
Man, those guys that wanted it slick to flip, they've got it right now, don't they?
No wind whatsoever.
Sometimes it's be careful what you wish for, you know?
That looks like bass fishing paradise right there. Every magazine you've ever seen.
Froggy looking.
And I believe right now we've caught up with the Fat Cat Cam, and he has ran down the one and not only John Cox, who's having himself a day. Let's get a little bonus boat to boat with the big cat. John's digging in his live wells a little bit there. John said he had a great practice. So
he's sitting right now in second place, officially. Oh my gosh.
Okay, we see you, John Cox.
Swamp donkeys.
Unofficially at 16-13. Those two appear to make up about half of that weight. Good ones.
Speculation on fishing style for those.
I don't know. We're around some Kissimmee grass again here.
We're starting to see some consistencies here.
Mm-hmm.
Boat to boat. Fat Cat, if you're watching, is actually filming this for you guys right now live from his cell phone that he bought at Walmart last night. And he dropped his good phone in the lake. He said this one would only shoot 1080p, but you guys could handle, it would cover the situation, not as normal 4K imaging.
That you're used to from the big cat.
That you're used to from the big cat. That's right.
Yeah.
Kind of steady. Really, they're primarily flip phones, I think they sell at Walmart here.
Yes.
You have to flip it open to get the camera
Of course,
activated.
Fat Cat has the big red three-wheeler with him down here this week, and so the flip phone is appropriate for the big cat.
Definitely flipping Kissimmee grass lines.
More of the same.
More of the same.
You know what's always intriguing to me about fishing in general, but pro fishing, and fortunately for us, we get to watch this and see these 10 cameras all day. But you got a guy like Keith Carson, grew up here, knows it well. The lake he picked, we talked about this, decisions. Started in Harris, and I'm not sure, where John Cox is at, but he was fishing the same pattern for a long time this morning. Is that a bait change difference in the Kissimmee grass? What is it? Because Keith was saying, they're not biting good in the Kissimmee grass. Then we see Turkla having a heck of a morning, catches our big bass so far of the day, 8-pounder, River Lee. So what's the difference in those stretches where Keith, who has so much knowledge, has been fishing?
It could be a bait, it could be weight for the fall rate that we were talking about, and it definitely has a lot to do with where you are.
Or timing even, right?
One thing I was going to ask you, did you notice the bait that River Lee had on at the short amount of time that we had him?
No.
It has something in common with some others that we've seen.
Okay.
He's got the stick bait on as well.
Okay.
Same thing Rob caught him on this morning. Whereas our favorite coming in was flipping the creature
More
bait
of a creature
this morning.
bait.
I kind of like the boat-to-boat can. Gives you a little different perspective.
The only thing I'm missing is Fat Cat's Golf Whisper.
Well, I think that we need Fat Cat's audio.
Fat Cat's Golf Whisper is, we got that a lot at Wright Patman, and he could cover the PGA Championship right now. No questions asked. He wouldn't be allowed on a golf course, let's be honest.
I heard they let him on a golf course yesterday here in Florida.
There's rumor of that.
Is that a house in the background to the right? Ah, swimming pool. Yes.
It's probably where Fat Cat's at, if I'm just guessing.
We're still guessing here. We have no idea if John Cox fish came from Kissimmee grass, docks, offshore.
Mixing it up a little bit.
We have no idea. It appears that he is fishing everything pretty efficiently, just covering water thoroughly. Mike Nugent.
No, the Texas boy.
Has made a move up into our top 5. He is 16-4.
Is there any truth to the rumor that he is first cousins with the Motor City Madman, Ted Nugent? Can you confirm?
I cannot deny or confirm.
Okay.
Bobby Laham's action seems to have slowed after the morning flurry. Still in the top 10, though, with 14, 8. Do we have a confrontation going on? I was teasing.
Well, you know,
apparently
we don't have audio, but it seems like John's getting out of there.
Apparently the homeowner won. Said,
Florida man asked George Angler to leave.
You've got the whole
right
lake
there.
to fish. Why do you have to fish right here with my dog? Take your fancy boat and go somewhere else.
And your jazzy shirt. Why do you even need that shirt out here?
Why do you guys keep coming down here?
I think it's safe to say that we're getting a little delirious, Bradley. We need some of these guys to catch some bass on Harris Chain.
You're hurting my view.
Huh? Do what?
Coming live to you.
Back to Brian Tyler. Haven't seen a lot of Brian this morning. A few fish catches early. Looks like
you
he's
wouldn't think
changed
that
up.
water's that deep by looking at this hydrilla.
Brian, can you give us a slight summary of your morning so far?
Well, first thing this morning, we started off throwing a little chatterbait. We caught a few fish, but they were all small and didn't do much with them. And then we wound up catching, well, we had some keepers, but I was under the impression the size limit was a little different. So I threw them back. And now I'm out here trying to punch a hydrilla mat. I think we got 4. One of them's pretty decent. But other than that, I'm just trying. I got about 2 more hours to stay here, and I got to get out of here. Trying to put this casting rod to work. They just don't want to cooperate right now.
You can't see it here, but he's obviously flipping hydrilla submerged. It's right underneath the surface. He can probably see it with his
But I
sunglasses
think I've done a pretty
on
good
with the
job so
polarized
far. I
lens,
still got
but
my
we can't see
cameraman
it.
with me. I didn't throw him out the boat.
Shout out to Brian for keeping Scott in the boat. Cameraman Scott.
Come on, baby.
Brian was nervous about having a camera in the boat today.
That may be my new saying. Come on, baby.
You need a catchphrase. Oh, that'd be good for you.
You can hear that braid zinging on that hydrilla.
See, the
as he
bad
lifts
thing
and
about it is
drops.
you know they in this hydrilla. You see them, they keep coming up. They hitting brim on the surface, and you can't get them to eat. Or I can't, we'll put it that way. But the hydrilla was dying, but it looks like it's coming back pretty good now.
Coming up on the midday, 12 o'clock hour here at the Harris Chain of Lakes. NPFL presented by Fisherman Central. Let's take a look back at some of the action we've had today, Bradley. Been a fun day so far on the Harris Chain. Some fireworks.
Little pad action.
Dang it.
Oh my God.
Better.
Okay. Better.
Big.
Of course, Derek Blake.
I love this hook set too.
Ah, bait! Hook come out. Look here.
Go behind the back in there.
Stick bait.
Little guy.
Drew 6. unofficially in our top 10 for a long time this morning. Jeff Fitz, of course, we saw him slow down and make multiple casts at the same dock.
Caught multiple fish.
Up a little bit.
And a guy we haven't spent a lot of time with today, Sheldon Collins.
We haven't seen him at all today, other than just highlight films.
One of our absolute shining stars in the field. Rob Turkla rocking the straw hat. And of course,
That is an absolute
the clip we can't get enough of.
Woo!
Unreal. Right there. Big bite challenge, big bass candidate for sure. As we take a look at our unofficial leaderboard here from the Harris Chain of Lakes, River Lee, a guy that had a rough event down at Wright Patman. We talked about that earlier, but is on top unofficially today. John Cox, who we just caught up with, unofficially 16 pounds. Jake Boomer, who has steadily worked his way up that leaderboard all day long. A Washington State angler. Third place right now, Mike Nugent from Texas. Chris Canute at 15.5 pounds. John Cox's roommate in 5th place. John Hookup, Soakup, hanging in there. Of course, like always, I feel like on day ones we always talk about Hookup, Soakup. Bobby Lanham, Matt Mollahan, Bryant Smith, and Rob Turkla rounding out the top 10. Of course, everything unofficial until the drive-through weigh-in here at the Venetian Gardens in Leesburg this afternoon, starting at 3 p.m. They'll bring these fish in to Al McCullough on the stage, and everything will be officially official then, Bradley. And of course, you know, like we think Turkla's got more weight than he's saying he does there. An 8-pounder goes a long ways.
Right.
I dare say, you know, River Lee's showing his unofficially at 19-12. He's probably got over 20 pounds, I would think, in the boat.
That's hilarious.
All these guys tend to guess a little light, I feel like. The guy to watch, though, Bryant Smith, West Coast angler in that top 10, man. We haven't got to cover him a lot this year, but such a talented young angler.
Turkla earlier with that hook set on that big one. It is the greatest thing on the planet whenever you do that, and it looks like it's like got the best of him up high, you know, and he's trying to, you can't turn that handle. Like, it will not.
That's right, we'll move.
It won't move.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, what's wrong with my dang reel, you know? But it's actually because there's an 8-pounder on the end of it. But
more times than not in fishing, when you swing the rod, that doesn't happen.
That's
right.
Yeah.
Especially
Millions of times.
Yeah, a gorilla like that, 8-pounder in that thick grass. Good stuff.
There he is. Dude, I don't know what his deal is. He's eating my bait twice now, taking it from me. Maybe he's just tiny. Maybe he just made a lot of commotion.
Could that be a spawner? Said he had 2 bites in a row.
Whatever he is, he's hungry.
that's a trick that I've always liked. Just put the bag of baits right in your pocket.
It's when you know you're going to go through a lot of them. And we've caught back up with our unofficial leader, River Lee, and we got some audio this time.
All right.
Hear from River and how his day's going.
What's up, guys? I just made a little move back to my main stretch where I caught my big ones this morning. Looking to try to get rid of one of my little ones. But I'm still doing the same thing, flipping this Kissimmee grass. This is a big, long 2-mile stretch, and there's little stretches in that are better than others. The grass that I'm getting bit more out of is the thicker stuff. If you find more sparse stuff, like further up there, you don't seem to get as many bites in it for some reason. Like to be in the thicker stuff.
So River definitely in that Kissimmee grass contingent.
River's definitely spent his time with that rod in his hand as well.
Hey, now let me ask you this: as a flipper and a guy that's fished all over the country, he's a Texas guy, Sam Rayburn. You got the hay grass at Sam Rayburn. It sets up similar to the Kissimmee grass.
It plays from time to time, but it's not a big player. There are times that they do get in it, and then it does play, but for the most part,
good looking stuff right here. Keith Carson always seems to find himself in the best looking areas.
Close up on it.
That was like a 3-pounder.
Great camera work.
That was quite, you hear that deep sound, how it was deeper. Yeah, those are bigger fish. I could see the top of his head and how wide it was, but even just the sound, just that alone is. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh,
stay on, babe.
great.
Stay on, please. Stay on. Come on. Stay on. Stay on. Come. Yes. Yes. Oh my God. The other one I think is like just as big as that. Oh, the hook just came out. Oh my God. That's what I came here for. It's not a giant, but man, it'll change the momentum of my day. Let's see what this one weighs. Check this out.
That's more the Keith Carson we're expecting right there, Bradley.
4.28, so like 4.3. That's a good one. Wow. Yes. All right, I'll put him on the big fish side over here. Yes. That's huge.
Shout out to cameraman Jake on that shot right there, too.
100%.
Shoot, I already forgot. I bet you. Number 4 goes next. Okay. Yes. That's a big call.
He's been calling
a while.
That's
like a 3-pound upgrade or something.
A little bit at a time.
1, 2,
but
3,
Keith's that
4,
dude.
5.
A 6+ pounder at some point, and he's right there in the mix.
Always triple and quadruple check. Make sure you have the right amount of fish. There's so many times when guys come in with 6 fish and and then you get a severe penalty. So yes, that's huge. 4, 3. Shoot, we're up to 14.6. That was, I think I said that right when I came in here too. I was like, if we can come out here with 15 pounds, that'd be huge. Dang.
Unofficially, that's going to run Keith way up. Yep. Into our top 10 unofficially right now.
Yes. Man,
but that top 10 is rising quickly.
It is. Yeah, the weights are changing for sure.
Now we're getting closer to 14 pounds.
Yeah. Oh, that was cool. Yes.
All right, as Keith's starting to get his momentum back under him, we're going to take a quick break to pay the bills, and we will be back to beautiful Lake County, Florida, the Harris Chain of Lakes for more MPFL Live.
What that fish did.
After this.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company, Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on our banner ad at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to Leesburg, Florida. Taking a look at Chris Heath, who's kind of stuck to that offshore game all day long. Back over to Jeff Fitz.
Hooked up. That's not a small one.
Another boat dock fish for Jeff.
His rod was loaded. I thought he had the right one. Are you surprised we haven't seen more docks the way that it started this morning?
Yeah, and you know, just out of the 10 guys we're covering, obviously we don't know what the entire field's doing, but I'll be anxious to see as the week goes on and we get to cover more guys how many are fishing docks, because it seems to be a lot of fish around them, you know, whenever we get on a guy that's focused on that. Of course, Kissimmee grass has just been the predominant deal.
We just saw a quality one right off the bat this morning, you know, and we haven't seen that again. It's so hard to tell on day one. Like, this is my first time, right?
Yeah.
So I know that you know, you take your shots, you get your cameras with you take some pics in there and you go with it. Day two, the cameras go in the boats with
the ones that figured it out on day one, right?
And there's no guarantee that they figure it out on day two.
That's right. Day three is really where everything starts to shape up. The stories really on Showdown Saturdays where it kind of goes down.
Yeah.
The guys that have figured out the best way to get to those fully loaded live wells every single day. And you know, like I know, in a lot of one-day events, single-day tournaments, you can get lucky and win one. We see it, but to win a 3-day event, you got to figure it out.
That was pretty cool.
They could probably play that whole thing unedited.
I think that's what they did.
Oh, from when I missed
Back
it?
over to
Oh, that's awesome. Because, yeah, it was only like 2
Keith
casts
Carson.
later.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, ready? Let's see if we can get this one.
Oh.
This one's a good one. I think this one's like a 3. Or maybe it might be the same damn size as that one. I didn't see anything that time.
Looks like the same area he was in. You know, he missed one. He talked about that before the 4-pounder he caught.
Another one.
You see,
Big one. Another one. Same cast. Oh, stay on. Stay on, babe. Oh, come on. Come on. Please. Yes! Same exact cast. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. How many big ones do you think are under that mat? Oh my gosh. What the heck is going on? Like, really?
Momentum.
He's got a shell in his
What's
mouth.
going
He's
on
like
is what
eating
every
stuff
other
off the
angler in the
bottom.
field doesn't want to be going on. You start figuring it out, sir.
4.9.
That was bigger than the first one.
It's almost a 5. Oh my gosh. How many? I might catch 25 pounds.
Things they
on
are
like one
changing
mat.
on the Harris chain, Bradley.
Wow.
Things are
All right, so
changing
then
quickly.
this one goes, I think, right? Jeez, I better check. All right.
Guys,
yeah,
caught
'cause
them
number
underneath
2,
one mat.
The same cast.
Number 2 was a 2. And then that's a big one. That's a big one. That's a big one. And then how big is this one? I'm gonna put him back over here now. That's how big was this one? I think this was a good one. That was awesome. That was like back to back. Literally back to back casts.
We agree.
That's why we remain
You're
patient. 2, 5, 6. He's actually next to go. 5's next to go because the other one's 2.70. All right, this one is next to go.
Colin 2.5s. We're
And
getting
then
there.
this one goes in right now. And I'm glad he does. He kind of doesn't look so hot. So let's get him back in the water here. All right, buddy. Yep, he swam away good. Okay, so this one is a 2.70. That one was like a 2.56 or something. I don't know. He's next to go. And then we have a 5, a 4, and like, yes, like a 5 and 2 4s. Okay. Sweet. Wow. Isn't it crazy how fast the day can
sweet.
Like, that's why you got to keep your head in it. Like, man, this morning it was going awful. I missed every big bite that hit this morning, like every single one. Well, except for the first one on chatter. But it's like you just can't give up. And that's honestly, that's life too. You know, you have bad days, you just keep going. Boom, 16 pounds, 15 ounces. I'll take that. I'll take that. Let's see if we can go 3 for 3. What are the odds? What are the odds that there's another big one under this mat?
That's probably the one that missed that first hit, right?
I think you're right. And I thought it was like a 3. I was like, oh, that was good. I saw how wide its head was. Yeah. Unless the
Brad
other one
unofficially
actually was a 3, and I just.
Keith Carson now in 3rd.
I saw that.
My, how
I can't
things
believe
change
that.
really quick.
Freaking crazy. Unreal.
Without offending all the other
Looks good.
MPFL anglers,
Check
I
this
love
out.
covering Keith
Hook
Carson.
point.
Such a positive guy.
He's definitely a chip off of his buddies.
Over
block.
2 hour leader River Lee.
There it is.
That was dramatic.
As big as a
I think Kissimmee grass is tough.
little one. But he will be close.
No,
to
that'll
the
help
one.
River. Let's see. Maybe.
If he calls, it won't be by much.
River with a 6-pounder already in the boat. So
No, I don't care. I'm easy, man. I ain't picky on what you do. Oh, he's got to be bigger than a 169. He'd be close.
That'd be cool for him.
oh yeah.
Yeah, he's got him. Barely. Barely.
We used all these scales today in 2021, and I can remember when you just put them all in there, and I would watch in amazement as some guys like Van Dam would literally just open a live well, throw a fish in, open another live well, reach in there with like a claw and a talon, and just grab one and fling it and be back on the deck. I mean, he would have already made 10 casts by now.
Oh yeah. You know, Dudley, the scales drive him crazy. He's a balance beam guy. He's like, it slows you down too much every week. I tend to do a little of both, honestly. Depends on, like when we're fishing up north, smallmouth events, I like to weigh my fish because so many of them are so close cookie cutter wise, and I like to know, you know, what I'm up against there. But the balance beam doesn't lie, you know.
Oh, upgrade my app real quick.
Of course, these guys,
they're doing the app, and I understand why they're weighing, but I'm with Dudley. I agree with not weighing, just throw them on the box. I mean, usually you can tell by eyesight, and then after that, I like to just beam them.
Get you back fishing faster.
You know, there've been a couple of them 8s and 9s caught in practice out here. Well, on Griffin on this hydrilla.
Back to Brian.
But it seemed like they were about really good early in the morning, and then they kind of just died off till late in the afternoon again.
Doing the Lake Griffin
I
thing?
figured that would deter a lot
Offshore
of people, so
hydrilla?
I'd come give them a try. Especially since I got the first
Lots
camera I
of
ever
grass
had in the
up there.
boat with me. You know, I wouldn't be nervous or nothing like that.
Well, you did well.
Got a good many bites, just can't get no size. There he is, that's a good one.
I like it. Brian Tyler.
No, he ain't. He's probably 3 pounds. But I'll take it. If I can get him in the boat, easy, girl.
That's a good fish. It is.
Just gotta find him. See, now that's the way they're supposed to eat it. He choked out, that other didn't. What I'm trying to do is, there's so much hydrilla here, and it's so thick. I'm trying to find them patches that just
Bigger
kind
than
of
3
separate
pounds,
from
I would
everything
say.
else. Little isolated patches.
That's a nice fish.
And you know, I ain't gonna put that in there. They breathe a lot better without it. 1, 2, 3. All right, so we got all we need. We got 5. We just need some biggers. Get rid of a couple of them small ones. I might be got a chance, old buddy.
Chatterbaiting?
Vibrating jig. You know, what's interesting to me, looking over his shoulder here, I think you and I have both been in this area on Griffin. If you've ever fished the Harris Chain in a tournament, you know there's normally a flotilla
I say, this would
of
almost
boats
be
right here. It's one of the most
impossible
popular areas. There's really nobody around him.
without
Kind of
the
surprising to
electronics
me.
we got today.
It's basically just a
Some of
huge
this
hydrilla
hydrilla
flat,
we
but
can
over there
see.
on Griffin, man,
You know, and
Lots of
when I caught
fish.
those
Lots of
3 or
fish, lots
4
of
out
people.
That same clump earlier today, you couldn't see that hydrilla at all. Come on, baby. I know you want to eat it. Thank you, Jesus. That's another good one. Ooh. Ooh.
High potential there as well.
Man,
after
that
you
thing's
just
feeling
caught
too
one.
good. Man, I'm telling you, you can feel every little tiny thing with these casting
He won't have
rods.
much
It is
time to come back.
unbelievable.
It'll be pretty soon. He'll be coming back.
That's a haul.
Every
from
time
over
it
there.
bumps that high
we talked
dollar,
about that.
every time something taps it. You know, and I do a lot of flipping. But
So from Brian Tyler getting his limit there over on Griffin, I think we're going to get an update from the big cat on the water. Fat Cat Newton out there chasing down our top 10 anglers today on the Harris chain.
All right, folks, here we are watching second place John Cox. He's just running and gunning right now. He's got 5 in the box. He's setting good. He's trying to get rid of that one small one. And it's funny how he caught that one small one. Every time we see him, he's out here on this Kissimmee grass flipping heavy, it looks like. So we got to talk to him. He said, yeah, every time you guys see me, that's what I'm doing, but that's not how I'm catching them. That's how I caught the one small one. He's catching them on these docks. If you know John Cox, old Georgia John Cox, he's feeling right at home in Florida, skipping that jig. He's been working that daggone 2K jig through all these docks, just skipping it. That's his game plan. If you look on the deck of his boat, he's probably got 12 rods. 6 of those 12 rods are going to be a swim jig. That's how John Cox rolls. And if he can keep that swim jig bite going, he is going to be a force to reckon with. I can promise you that. So we're right here still in Harris. Coming into this event, I thought I would be bebopping and flip-flopping from lake to lake. But it seems like the anglers, man, they're all, if they wombat the cameraman, if you pan to your left, we got 4 or 5 anglers out to the left. You got anglers out in the bay. This west side of Harris seems to be where the good bite is at. Helena also being over here on the west side. Helena, big bags are coming out of there. And I will say, what I did see Helena, I haven't seen anywhere else an angler was doing. I haven't seen one person throw top water. Nobody seems to have confidence in top water, but I'm going to tell you who's throwing top water. Well, a top water technique is old Bobby Lanham. He's taking a speedworm, a Zoom speedworm, June bug, and he's slinging it up around them cypress and Helena, and he's just reeling it, keeping it on the top of the water, and that's how Bobby is catching his. So far, he's the only top water game I see out there. And another thing, Mr. Weatherman, get your life right, because you said it was going to be overcast all day, or at least most of the day. I done went through about a whole 5-gallon bucket of sunscreen so far, out here sweating my guts out. So try to get it right tomorrow. A lot of these guys are looking for more overcast. Today it's been sunny with some cloud. A little bit of overcast coming in now, but I'm wondering how that's going to affect these guys when that sun does get high and those fish do get tight to that cover. So we're going to do a little bit more running and gunning and see what's going on. Luke, Bradley, hope that AC feels good, because out here it's a little steamy. So talk to y'all soon, man. Appreciate you.
The one and only Fat Cat Newton, bringing us good stuff. Harris, Lake Harris.
5 gallons of
I don't know, Bradley, I know you're new here to the MPFL set, but if you remember this morning, I picked Harris. That was, Rob Turkla, hooked up. We'll get back to how I was right.
You're
in a
gonna
little
help?
bit.
Ooh. Ooh. I don't think so.
Make a note of that, Bradley. If you'd like to write that, I
think
can
so.
borrow my pen. Luke was right.
You and my wife both.
This is probably what was hitting me earlier. Oh yeah, I guess I,
I know
do
your
that
wife.
one
I bet she's right a
tiny
lot more
one.
than you are, like
Tiny
mine is.
one.
She's just like you, Luke. She's always right.
Exactly.
Oh, that's pretty tiny too. We got a 116 in here. It's got to go. Come on, beat a 116. It was 108. Tiny, tiny. Tiny, tiny. All right, there's got to be a big bite somewhere.
Fat Cat boat to boat.
This is John Cox. I think he's focusing on those docks more than we thought when they first went to him.
Fat Cat's update, you know, we don't have any audio, but it seems like he could be doing some interpretive dance also towards Fat Cat. I'm not sure what's going on there. There's no telling, really.
Definitely
Between
dancing.
John.
Definitely dancing the vibrating jig under the dock.
And no doubt.
We've seen that over and over. John Cox unofficially sitting in second. In multiple casts, parked on docks. Fish on. That's a big one, too. Did you see that?
John Cox. Fishing the docks. You guys can add to that rhyme anytime you'd like.
Yep. Letting it blare. Luke, that may push him past 20.
Yeah, I think John's got a lot more than he's estimating there.
Just when we were questioning the dock play?
Like I said, we're not getting to see everybody. You know?
We were fooled when they first went to him. He was just in between docks.
Had to keep the Kissimmee grass honest.
Yes. But I know that's what his play is because he's just stopped on those docks.
Mm-hmm. Of course, John did well at our first event down at Lake Eufaula. Tons of boat docks on that lake. He's a Georgia boy.
A lot of guys don't realize how good a vibrating jig will skip.
Mm-hmm. That's
you know?
right. Yeah, I think a lot of the viewers at home would be surprised to know how many checks get cut in professional fishing with guys skipping vibrating jigs around docks. A lot more than even jigs a lot of times.
Buzz baits.
Absolutely.
Buzz baits skip.
Well, that's what I've heard. I can't skip one.
They actually
I'm
skip
no Bradley
pretty easy.
Hummer. Gonna jump over now. The guy that started our day on the docks with some fireworks, Mr. Scott Siller.
Well,
do what now?
Got a limit really early, and really haven't had a bite since. We went and found some grass. I went to some grass just thinking that that's the only way I'm gonna be able to get any bigger fish. And the grass looked good. It's clean. I mean, everything looks really good about it. We fished it for about a half hour without a bite, so I'm gonna go back to it in a couple minutes. I just think these fish are off right now. There's midday deal, but I don't know. Just gonna chuck this chatterbait around under these docks, and then I'll go back and flip grass again. Because like I said, I mean, I feel like I can catch a couple more fish under these docks. I just don't know if I'll be able to cull out the fish I have. And those grass fish, they're gonna be big. Those are the ones you're gonna need to get, so we'll see what happens. But meantime, I'm gonna hit this stretch here real quick, and then I'm gonna head back over to the grass and just flip, flip, flip. But yeah, we're lucky. We got one good one. It's almost 6 pounds, and then the next biggest fish is like 2.2. So we got a lot of work to do yet. We made one cull, culled out a 1.3, about a 10-ounce upgrade, but still have a lot of work to do. But we got plenty of time, and you know, in the afternoon this bite turns back on, so pretty much in the next hour or two I'll feel just kind of a lucky deal, really, a bonus fish.
Bradley, I think it's time for a little bass tank breakdown. And as we've seen John Cox lately on these docks, he's climbing the leaderboard, unofficially in second. We saw Scott Siller start the day off strong on these docks. Talk about the importance of a boat dock this time of year and what these guys are looking for.
Boat docks are one of my very favorite things to fish. and what I noticed with Siller and John Cox after we've got to see a little bit more of Cox is I pointed out how they park, right? They park on the place. And it's not a one cast. It's not, just check it as you go by. It's not the outside edge. These guys are skipping and they're covering every single pole on these docks. So all docks are not created equal. These on the Harris chain are all pole docks. The lakes don't fluctuate. Lots of parts of the country we have floating docks, different situations, where these are wood pillar pole docks. And I'm surprised a little bit with their bait presentation, but it seems to be common throughout the board with the guys that we've seen today.
The moving bait, you mean?
Yeah, there's no flipping jigs. There's no throwing the unweighted stick worms, things like that. This is all moving baits up underneath these docks. And Cox has had a lot of success with it today, and Siller started off the morning strong with that big one. So that's definitely something we're going to see throughout this week. As far as covering them, like I say, it's a matter of getting to that dock and then going slow once you get to it, and then kind of covering that water in between pretty fast. The thing is, boat control, a lot of times if docks are spaced pretty close together, guys want to get in too big of a hurry to get around something. But then once you get in position to make the cast that you need to be making on those docks, your boat's moving so fast that you get one and then you're done and you go, and guys kind of lose that rhythm. But both these guys here that we've watched on live today have both, once they get in position that dock, they slow down.
Saw it with Jeff Fitz, too.
Carson did it as well
Absolutely.
This morning. He covered every single – he even threw to the boat that was tied up next to the dock and hit that shade line in that corner in that crevice. So they've got some potential dock – or they've got specific docks, not potential, specific docks that they know that have the potential to get a bite under. And then we saw it with Fitz as well, where he caught two off of one dock.
No doubt about it. Good stuff on the bass tank breakdown. Get some boat docks in your life, says Bradley Hallman. I do too.
I love boat docks.
I do too. Not typically a Florida thing, like we talked about. They do play on the Harris chain more than anywhere else because so many on the chain and a lot of, residential areas on this lake that you don't see on a lot of the other Florida lakes. One of the cool things about the Harris chain is so many different pieces of cover to throw out.
Seals is coming up on a real pretty dock right here.
Just like the variety of cover, Bradley, that you have on the Harris chain, we have a variety of great sponsors that bring us MPFL Live. We're going to take a look at those right now. We'll be back to the Harris chain in just a few moments with more MPFL Live.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
And we're back on the Harris Chain. We're grateful for those sponsors, and we're grateful for each of one of you that are tuning in today to MPFL Live. I'm Luke Duncan, and I'm joined by Bradley Hallman today and Mr. Fat Cat Newton out on the water, bringing you hours of live coverage here on the Harris Chain.
Just didn't get it.
Some things
like had it by the tail.
Never change for me, Luke.
Getting a look at Keith Carson again, who's made a little bit of noise this afternoon, just like he made noise at our last event down in Texarkana, Texas, right Patman Lake.
I mean, I can't believe the amount of wakes. Like, I moved the boat. I can't believe the amount of wakes that I'm getting. Like, I moved the boat like 10 feet, and I'm getting like 2 and 3 wakes, and I've had three giant wakes in the last 10 minutes, and none of them have gotten it. And this one here, it just had my tail, and my line was swimming out. And I was like, I got this one, and nope, it just didn't eat it. And see if I can get it to come back here. They're just not. It's like one chance, and they're not coming back. Yeah, it's like that's it. I'm not seeing any movement. That's weird. I'll try the frog a little bit. I don't like the frog, but that was a terrible cast. Wow. It's funny, like when you pick up a new rod and it has a different weight to it, like you're just like, your mechanics are so far off. Happens all the time to me. Let's see if we can get them to come through this mat here.
Get some of that Leesburg scenery right there with Shane Cole.
I felt like Carson was about to smash a giant.
Carson's getting a little more dialed.
Carson is getting scary.
You hear the way he's breaking that stuff down, man.
Yeah. 3 giant wakes every time he moves his boat 10 feet.
Can you imagine if we could pump that audio into all the other guys' boats? They would just all go home. I feel like. I know I would. I'd be like, all right, I'll put this thing on the trailer, man.
I would go have lunch where we had lunch yesterday at the dock.
Or have some wings down there on the dock. Go to the beach, maybe. Drive a couple hours, get to the coast. And still a lot of time left as we creep up on the 1 o'clock hour. Official drive-through weigh-in does not start until 3 p.m. That's when the first flight is due here at Venetian Gardens in the city of Leesburg.
Shane Cole has not put that flipping stick down today. It's been a rough go for him.
Been a slow day.
Keith was talking about a minute ago about changing rods, how much just picking up a different rod and then how inaccurate your casting can be for the first 5 or 6 tosses with it after you've been throwing one all day long and it's a certain weight, and then you grab a different one. It's pretty aggravating. I think that's pretty common amongst a lot of guys. I know I have that issue. Usually involves a bird nest of some kind. Speaking of bird nests, I have a wonderful one here right with me in studio with my headset cord.
I do the same. Are you walking around?
I do the same thing that I do with my fishing poles. I turn the line into a twisted mess from my loop cast.
Gonna go from Shane Cole. Get a look at our unofficial leader, River League right now. Texas angler flipping that Kissimmee grass. Slow and steady.
Oh! There we go. That'll cool. That was such an awkward hook set. Jesus. I bet I look goofy as
look like it just
heck doing that. That'll cool though.
Well, you looked a little goofy, but you managed to land him, so that's all that that's all that matters, River. And you just so happen to be leading this event.
It doesn't matter what it looks like.
Doesn't matter what it looks like.
When it sounded like that,
not pretty but effective.
It sounded wonderful.
Yes, it did. You know, it's like it is like that fish bit in the Kissimmee grass, and when he said that it had moved out of the Kissimmee grass, almost like he couldn't catch up to it.
Oh, no. Yeah. Get a weight on him real quick.
River doesn't like much getting over that 20-pound notch
For
either.
sure.
Yep. 20.28.
There we go.
There we go. Let me update my app real quick.
I'm getting River dialed in on the Way Live app. Jump over now to Mr. Chris Heath. Here, I'll be honest, Bradley, I'd like to see you and him play one-on-one basketball.
Chris looks like a tall drink of water.
He is. I think I could probably out-rebound both of you. Just a little bit. I can't in my flip-flops. I mean, I'm wearing flip-flops today, so I would need my Air Jordans.
You dragging the old ball and chain.
That's actually something that I thought we would see a lot more of in this event. I had Keith on my podcast a few weeks ago, Keith Carson, and he thought, and it might have been a decoy statement, right? But he was saying he was actually going to other lakes. This was during the off limits for our MPFL pros, 2-week off limit period. Couldn't be on the water. Said he was fishing other lakes in Florida and working on his Carolina rig game because he felt like he would be a major player in this event.
It does sound like a decoy, looking back.
What I thought at the time, now I'm covering him buzzing a worm.
Talking about giant wakes.
Thinking he was probably throwing the field off. It worked.
If there's one thing we've seen today that has not played on our screen successfully, has been offshore.
That's right. And that just doesn't even make sense. It's been such a weird year in the Southeast weather-wise. And I feel like that's contributing to that. But it's so crazy to me to think that we're not seeing somebody just on a shell bar or an offshore hydrilla. Like out here in Harris, there's so much deep water. We just haven't seen it.
It's always such a player every time we're here.
No doubt about
Shell
it.
beds.
At all times of the year. And you would expect this time of year those fish to
seems
slide
like
out there a little deeper.
The spinning rod plays out there a lot. Usually.
Yes, for
You
sure.
know, the drop shot.
Absolutely.
We haven't seen guys with that offshore yet.
Now, who knows as the week goes on? You know, do the docks replenish? Do the Kissimmee grass lines replenish? You know, what will we see come Showdown Saturday?
I watched a guy catch 25 or 30 out in the middle of the series on the grass bed.
We're going to see Carson buzzing the worm on Championship Saturday.
I think so, yeah. But who knows? He's got so many tricks on this body of water up his sleeve. And he seems like a guy, we saw it at Wright Pat. He fished a different area every day, man. Dominated the event, fished a different area every day on a lake he had never been to. I got to think here, being a shallow water angler, very confident in that he's going to keep moving around and taking his shots in different areas every day. That's obviously a technique he's very confident in, though. You can just watch him and listen to him talk about that.
They thought they'd bite a whole lot better, especially with the front we got coming in about the time I weighed in. Like 87, 90% chance of rain.
It's such a grind to sit out there offshore. I think that's one thing that's always been hard for me. Not being a TVA guy like yourself, that it's very frustrating for me to make decisions as far as, like, it's hard to know what the next move is. Like, if they're not here, where's the next place to go? Because I don't completely understand why they possibly aren't on this one. And the next 3 or 4 that I've got waypoints on to run to are built just like the one I'm on. But then I go to it, and sometimes it works, and it's confusing.
And I don't know why it works that way, but it certainly, especially what we'll see at Pickwick in the next event on the TVA Tennessee River chain, it's a timing thing. It really is a lot of times. Of course, up there you get, it's more current related and things, but the same can happen here with wind, current, different
100%.
things on these spots.
Yep.
You get some of these offshore spots are at the mouths of these canals.
Which is pretty cool.
The thing I love about the Carolina rig is the hookup land ratio is usually pretty high.
That's a fact.
Where's he sitting on the unofficial official leaderboard? Since mine is not scrolled in 5 hours.
We are closing in on our final hour of live coverage at the Harris chain, and we've had some fireworks on the water, but we've also had some fireworks off the water as well. And one of our anglers, Mr. Hunter Bogman, a guy that we've got to cover a lot in the first 2 events, Arkansas angler, his wife Andrea, they were expecting their first child, a little girl, this week, and she's been doing great. But this morning, Hunter was out on the water fishing the Harris chain, gets a call that his wife had gone into labor. Al McCullough with the MPFL got him to the Orlando airport. Hunter sent us this selfie. He said there's no grass to flip in this plane, and he is headed back to Arkansas. But he did weigh in 2 bass for 5.7. They opened the scales for him, so he'd caught a couple this morning because he's worried about points. And he told Brad Fuller, tournament director Brad Fuller, that he's going to hopefully make it there for the birth of his daughter, see her, and then hop on a plane and come back to the Harris chain. So such a crazy story. We'd like to wish Hunter safe travels and best of luck, because here's the thing, missing the birth of his daughter, he's gonna get in trouble for that, I feel like, right?
Yeah.
You think, Bradley? So we hope that whatever airline's getting him back fast as they can get him to Arkansas And we're going to take a look now at some of the on-the-water fireworks as Hunter makes his way back to Arkansas. We enter the final hour here on MPFL Live. Harris Chain of Lakes.
Oh.
Cox and his docks.
Cox and his docks. Me long fish.
Just meat all the way around.
Straight meat.
Come on. Head over to Jeff Fitz.
Wait a minute here.
Sheldon Collings.
Are we going to get him up today?
Yeah, we've had some highlights of Sheldon. He's been quiet on the live stream.
There it is.
The man of the day so far, River Lee. What a great comeback here in Florida after a difficult event. An emotional event, to say the least, for him at Wright-Patman in Texas.
That's a good sign.
Oh.
There we go.
The last coal that we saw.
Here we go.
With
Here we go.
just not long
Stay
ago.
on, babe.
And then the story of the afternoon. Keith, I live at the Harris Chain Carson, starting to make a little bit of a move. Winding that speed worm around.
There he is. That's a good one. If I can get him in the
Ryan
boat,
Tyler
easy, girl.
over on Griffin, fishing the hydrilla. With a nice one for his
Big
limit
one,
fish.
big one. Another one. Same.
Then
it's great camera
Keith
work.
back to back. Great camera work. Back to back Harris Chain big ones. And as we look at the unofficial leaderboard from our Way Live app, which can be found on tnpfl.com. You can keep up all day long. The guys are entering their weights, their estimated weights, of course, completely unofficial until they get to the drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough this afternoon. But River Lee sitting on top unofficially with a little over 20 pounds. John Cox, second place with 18.5 unofficially. Keith Carson in third. Jake Boomer, Bobby Lanham, Mike Nugent, Chris Canute, John Hookup Soakup, Matt Mollahan, and Bryant Smith, West Coast angler, hanging on to that 10th place spot right now, Bradley. And what I take from that, and I'm looking at it here on the Way Live app, we've got the unofficial leaderboard, of course, up. But, Bradley, I'm taking a peek further than 10th, and a name that I said we would see that's crept up into 11th, AOY leader Nick Verbanizak.
Oh, yeah.
I was just fixing to say, hook up, soak up. Right now, if AOY, was updated, would definitely be the leader.
Yep.
Actually, be Keith Carson. But Keith and John both in the top 10. But Nick Verbanizak having something to say about it in the afternoon hours. Those three guys, I think, if I had to pick, if I had to pick going into the second half of the season, Nick, John Hookup, Soakup, and Keith are going to be the ones to really battle this thing out for AOY.
All the way to the end.
Yes.
Well,
the fishery's set up so well for all of them coming up. It's going to be interesting. There's a lot of guys with a lot of things to say about that, obviously.
It'll be interesting going into the last event in Oklahoma.
And that's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough event out there at Grand Lake in the fall.
Well, one's from Oklahoma and one's held a big trophy up.
That's right.
There before.
Scott Siller now. Seen a wide range of headwear.
Siller's been sporting that all day. He had it on first thing this morning.
Doesn't offer as much shade as Rob Turkles or shelter, as you mentioned.
No. Covers the ears, but not the back of the neck as well. Probably not lightning proof.
Little different look. This is a marina dock setup.
Mm-hmm. Siller's sitting with 12 pounds.
Got off to a quick start, but
Y'all try the shrimp
a
and
lot
grits?
slower.
Oh, fish and chips.
Oh, he's clearly around a restaurant here. I
Yeah.
like where his head's at.
Can I get that to go?
Yeah, come on. Scott's camera guy can hear us. Bradley and I will take the #1 combo. Large sweet tea for me. Bradley, I don't know what you're drinking.
Cold and free. That's what I'm always
Man, I'll tell
drinking,
you
cold
what, if I
and
catch
free.
a 5-pounder, I'll buy you lunch.
Does that apply to the broadcaster, Scott? Catch a 5. We need to broadcast from right there tomorrow, Brad.
Well,
a
there
good
are
spot.
a lot of wonderful restaurants
There are.
right on the lake we could be set up in.
You and I are easily distracted. I don't know if that's a good idea. Gain 30 pounds during the...
Fat Cat's probably tied up on
I
the other side, sitting up
guarantee it.
there. He's probably the one talking to him. I want to see some of, and I'm being a homer on this, but I want to see some of the Okie Sheldon Collins. We've got him up there. We've had him on all day. We haven't put him in there.
Sheldon, a guy that you've had a lot of experience fishing against. He's a young man, but he's been competing out there in Oklahoma and
Yep.
nationally for a
Yep.
long time now.
Yep, Grand Lake local.
Definitely.
Lives on the shores of Grand Lake in Grove, Oklahoma.
Yeah, he'll be tough at that September event
Go up a little ways.
to finish out the year. And I would say by then Sheldon will have made his way. He had a rough start at Eufaula. Good event at Wright Patman, and he'll steadily work his way up those Progressive Angler of the Year standings.
All right, let's
Seller's going to
Scott
make a
Seller.
move.
drift into this crap.
A little under an hour to go here in our live coverage. But the live coverage will resume at the drive-through weigh-in of Venetian Gardens here in the city of Leesburg, Florida. If you're in the area, come out, cheer these guys on, see some big bass come across that weigh-in stage with Mr. Al McCullough. Really neat setup at our weigh-ins. The anglers are pulled through with their trucks and boats. It's a lot of fun. They get to showcase their sponsors and, of course, get up, weigh their fish, do an interview with Al McCullough. And all these bass take a G-Juice bath by T.H. Marine and are released healthy back in to the Harris Chain of Lakes.
Carson's about to catch another giant, dude.
You just get that feeling, don't you?
Oh, you can feel it. It's in the air. Seriously.
That was bad.
It's just so slick and calm, and something just has to explode. Oof. God, that cameraman is on it. Cameraman
Come on,
Jake
7
Southern
pounder.
with him today.
Jake is the MVP today with Keith
No
Ferguson.
joke.
I know you're in here. Whoa! Couldn't get You see that? Yeah. Dang. They're rushing this thing down all the way out to the middle of the creek, and just man, that wasn't a real big one though. But the four before, that's a funny word. The four before that, man, I just missed one right there, and it wasn't a giant, but I've had like 4 real big wakes chase this thing down, and then they're just stopping, like they're not committing to it. So, man, I'm around them. One more big bite. Oh gosh, that would be so awesome. I still got a few hundred yards to go, so I'm excited. I mean, I'm looking for like 1 7-pounder. I'm not asking for that much, guys. I mean, come on. They're everywhere. Let's go. No, I'm just kidding. But I have had some giant wakes, like massive wakes chase me all the way to the trolling motor. I just need one more to commit to it, and that'll make me feel really good.
We're asking for a 7-pounder too.
Definitely, Brad. I'd say there's definitely like 25-pound potential in here.
I feel like he's going to catch one every cast.
Mm-hmm.
On that last one, he had just stepped on that trolling motor button when that fish bit.
Mm-hmm.
I know he went through his head too. I mean, it was the split second. Is he in his own private pond?
That's what it looks like. I've been here a lot of times. I've never seen this area.
This Matt's got one. I know this Matt has one, for sure. Let me stop it. It just has to. That's weird. Oh, I thought I saw something. That's weird. Like, I didn't see any movement there. If I see anything move whatsoever, then I know something's there. It can be 10 feet away. It doesn't even have to be on my bait.
Good stuff.
He breaks it down so good.
This is why we all love to watch live.
Oh, yeah, man. Whether you're a veteran or somebody that just got into bass fishing, if you're not learning right now, watching Keith Carson,
giving them a different look right now. Got the frog up there.
Weird. Nothing.
What I'm taking from this, though, as he talks and he walks us through his process, he's talking to himself a little bit, is the confidence he's got, you know, and what he's doing in the area. And as we are winding down our live coverage today, we're going to take a look at our fine sponsors that make the MPFL Live possible. And we'll be back here at the Harris Chain, the National Professional Fishing League. Stop number 3, presented by Fisherman Central, in just a few moments.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner ad at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to Leesburg. Scott Siller. Thanks to our fine sponsors.
Siller has flipped around to the outside.
Okay. Somebody that's not going to go to the outside. Our unofficial leader, okay. River Lee with that flipping stick.
He is now officially over.
What's up, guys? I just left my main area, kind of fishing some new water. Just trying to see if I can't figure something out for the next couple days, but kind of in a little bit of a predicament. I just got off the phone with Brad. I've got a fish in there. It's not doing really well. Probably it's not going to make it, and I don't know why. I just put in an oxygen bottle in this boat, and I filled up the waters and watered my live wells and put ice in them before I even got to my first spot this morning, and I don't know why it died. I didn't even hook her badly. I don't know what happened, why that fish is, or she ain't dead yet, but she's close. And Brad told me I could come and check in, and I can bump my fish, but I can't weigh in until 3. But once I checked in, I'm done. Which I probably will check in early because I don't want that fish to release something and give the other fish, pneumonia or whatever, and cause them to die too. So I'll probably end up checking in a little early, which I have a big bag already. I've got over 20 pounds, and I don't want to, get any more penalties than I have to. So I'm gonna probably end up playing it safe and going away in early. Probably gonna fish for another 45 minutes. He said I can check in around, 2 o'clock-ish if I wanted to. So that's probably gonna be my plan. And just so it doesn't cost me more penalties and keep my fish alive, because I got 2 big ones in there and I don't want to see them die. I would like to see them, swim and let somebody catch them another day. So trying to, help myself, and the fish also. So that's my situation right now, but we're still fishing until about, I don't know, somewhere around close to 2 o'clock, and we'll head on in. Like I said, just so I can keep my fish alive and
not get any more penalties if that fish does die, which it's really close, and I don't understand why it died. Was not hooked badly at all. So, I don't know. And I've done my part of keeping ice in there and G-juice and recirculate, and I got my oxygen bottle rolling. Been putting in there oxygen all day, so I don't know. My big ones are fine. It was one that fish that's probably gonna die is one of my 3-pounders, so I don't know, but it is what it is, and maybe I can catch a big one right here and kind of offset it, the penalty, if I do get one. So, always something though. That's just part of it.
Sucks what this young man's going through.
Absolutely. And what I was going to say is the lengths these guys go to take care of these fish. Not only do you get a penalty, right? It's a big penalty. It's a pound penalty in MPFL, which is huge. Can cost you, be the difference in a check or not a check, or winning or not winning, obviously, in these tight tournaments, or whether or not you make the championship at the end of the year, right? But they go to great lengths to take care of the resource, which is the bass. You can hear he's running oxygen. He's using G-juice.
Well, I'm not supposed to check in, and my flight's not checked in until 4:30, so I'll be checking in fairly early, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. I left my main stuff anyways, so I don't plan on going back to it if I was fishing until 4:30. So.
And we see this a lot of times in warmer water events. Guys will check in early because the earlier you can check in, the healthier the fish are to get them back safe into the water. So he says he's got one that's not doing well, and you can tell by looking at them. Bradley, you've done this for a long time like I have. You can definitely tell by looking. And it's a stressful situation as an angler because we don't want to see that happen at all for obvious reasons.
That's why I say it's not anything he's done. He's done everything he can to take care of the fish. He's had a great day, and now he should be able to use this time that he has, a late check-in, to expand on his water.
Absolutely.
And,
are they disagreeing with me?
He's got this in his head now. That's all he can think about. It's all he's really focused about, and it's hard to get your mind off of it. And so now he has to make the decision, which he's sounded like he's made, to come in early and hopefully get in before that fish is past the point of no return.
No doubt about it. Because every ounce counts, man, and we want to take care of the bass at the same time. But if anybody in this field can overcome adversity, it's this young man right here.
Obviously.
Because, to have such a tough event at Wright Patman, just a bad break, and then come here to be our unofficial leader today, camera in the boat, just proud for River Lee. Hope the event keeps going well for him over the next 2 days right into Showdown Saturday.
It's so cool watching how this all goes down with these guys during the day. When the shoe's on the other foot and you're the one that's out there, you don't have a clue. You don't have a clue all week, and until we get in our trucks and we didn't make a qualifying round or something, and we start driving and watching exactly what we're doing here today. This is the bird's eye view for sure. It amazes me how much you can tell from an angler's body language how the day's going. You know what I mean? It's you can really see it in their posture and stance, and
just in their mechanics too, right? I mean,
I can tell River Lee
how dialed he is.
I can tell how frustrated River Lee is right now.
Mm-hmm.
I really can. I can see it.
It's almost as he's just killing time to get to that 2 o'clock timeline he has set for himself.
Yep.
to go to weigh in.
All he can think about is that fish, and he doesn't have any control over what that fish does and doesn't do. It's out of his control. Are we going to see Sheldon Collins on camera 6 today on live?
He looks like, and here's the thing with Sheldon. We've had him up, and I don't know if we've had service issues with Sheldon or what today, but he unofficially,
yeah, it's in
on 103rd place, but we've had him on the highlight reels catching some. So Sheldon hasn't been updating his Weigh Live app for us, so he may not have service.
I actually saw a glimpse of him calling at one point.
So I think Sheldon's a lot further up the leaderboard than he's giving himself credit for on the Weigh Live app, to say the least. Somebody sneaking up this unofficial leaderboard that's making Fat Cat very happy is Ohio angler Dale Prinky.
Going
Prinky unofficially in 15th place. One of our favorite guys out here. Fat Cat called it.
He told me yesterday at lunch, without a doubt, that was his pick.
Yeah.
Dale Prinky.
Some names starting to shift around. Seeing Paul Browning make a move. We've seen Paul make some moves at every event we've been in, but consistency has been his problem. A bad first day, great second day, and third day, at the first two events. But Paul, who travels with Hunter Bogman out here, roommates, fish team tournaments at home, some together.
A fishy looking spot he just pitched. A little isolated clump away from everything else. 8-pounder might change his mind about coming in early.
Kind of what I was thinking.
I know it's not the thing to say, but like I say, he has no control over what does and doesn't happen. I think I would let it ride and see what happened till 4 o'clock.
It's been a pretty good day. I got around 20 pounds, I believe. So, not too bad.
Beautiful homes.
Y'all take care.
Here on the Harris Chain of Lakes. There's a couple of small homes like this, Luke. This is where most of the poor people live here in Leesburg.
I'd hate to see the other neighborhoods. River Lee over to uh-oh. Bradley just perked up over here.
So I had to raise enough cane on my Oklahoma boy, this is the first time we've had him on all day long.
This is a lot of service issues, I believe, and I'd like if we can get out there to Sheldon, get a question out there too. I'd like to know what he thinks he's got in the box, because he's not updating the Weigh Live app, or he doesn't have service, because unofficially we have him in last place with no fish, and I know that's not the case because we've seen him on some highlight reels.
I agree. Sheldon wearing the nice blue camo on the water today.
Sneaking around on them with the hood on. Sheldon caught one almost 10 pounds in practice. Posted it up on the IG.
Sheldon's got a thing for big fish.
Yes, he does.
Oh my!
And in practice a lot of time.
Yep, as soon as it hit the freaking water, too.
Looks like he's flipping some offshore hydrilla here.
Yes,
Brad.
Absolutely.
I'll bite again.
Here we go again with one of the highest efficiency percentage casts that you can make. Now see, he switched hands and
he did. It was fine.
Didn't
waste a lot of time,
second.
did it? Not to argue with Turkle, but that doesn't take a lot of time.
Didn't take a second.
Sheldon's got a few flipping too.
Yeah.
Being an Oklahoma boy.
Was it called bidextrous? When
Yes.
you use both?
Ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous.
And we need a prize for that, I feel like.
He's
Two rednecks coming up with that term.
Ambidextrous.
Using them $5 words, son.
He just did it. He just right-handed, left-handed. Sheldon is grinding.
Yes.
Think he's in Griffin this late in the day?
That's what I was wondering when we went to. I wouldn't think so. But if he's got a 4:30 check-in,
I think
a little
he
after
is.
1:30, it's plenty of time to get
I mean,
back.
there
If he's
is
in a late flight.
There is no one within sight of him. I mean, we've just seen a 180-degree span of the camera of the area that he's in, and there is no one around him.
And it's the same as when we were with Brian Tyler over in Griffin earlier. It's the same
Yeah.
thing. Not a lot of folks around him either. And as I said earlier, if you're familiar with the Harris chain at all, if you're a tournament fisherman that's been down here that's watching this, you know Griffin is one of the most popular areas in most events. I've seen as many as 100 boats almost out on that flat. You know, just you could walk boat to boat to boat to boat on that offshore high drill over there at Griffin, whether it be in practice or in the event. A lot of big stringers come out of there. Kind of surprised a lot of our anglers didn't venture over there.
That's actually the most fun way you can spend your time here as a tournament angler, is to go to that lock and spend an hour every morning with 125 of your other competitors standing around drinking coffee, bumping each other's boats with your brand new equipment and scratching and tearing everyone's stuff up. It's the greatest time.
Tensions are never high in that lock.
It's wonderful. It's an experience I
I
would
think
never
locking
trade.
on any body of water is always some of the most tense situations. We've seen fist fights in
We
some
have.
tournaments, never in an MPFL, but we have seen some.
We have
some fisticuffs, WWE style, at some locks down here in Florida before.
Tempers flare.
A lot of pressure, a lot of money on the line.
I always enjoy it when it's one of the first events of the year and the guys have all got their brand new boats. And there's always that one or two guys that are like, "Don't touch my boat." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Whatever."
Godspeed, sir.
Yeah.
There's only 125. You should have stayed at the ramp.
You should have left that pretty Mercedes at the house, son.
No doubt. Or they're like, "I don't want to be on the wall."
Yeah.
I don't want to be
Yeah.
on the wall. You're getting on the wall. Sorry, it's where you're at.
You're scratching my boat. Well, there's 25 of us, and this lock was built for probably 10.
Exactly. Yeah, the locks on a lot of these lakes are not made for a lot of boats. Not like the big Arkansas river locks or the Tennessee river locks where you get the barge traffic.
No, they just lock you out on purpose so you miss your flight coming in. It's even better with them.
True. A lot of missed weigh-ins on the Tennessee and
I've
Arkansas.
got a barge,
river.
not letting you in.
That's right.
Graph, which makes me think he's looking at live scope with the grass in front of him.
Don't understand it.
Man. It's like frustrating and fun at the same time.
Oh, anytime it hits, I feel like it's fun.
Yeah.
Just feeling it on the other end of the line.
Yeah, it's so exciting. Is that on? Yeah. All right, come back. Maybe he'll come back. I don't know.
He says, that didn't taste very good.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to hit that again.
They're big wakes. I mean, these all look like they're like over 3 pounds if I had to guess.
We're back with you. Keith Carson in the honey hole. I feel like this is a private pond that he's in. Having a little cell service issue there with Keith.
Because he's in the jungle, it would appear. Somewhere that doesn't exist on the Harris chain. I'm starting to think he teleported.
The far corners of Lake Levi.
Lake Carson, I think. It's his uncle's pond.
Probably something him and John paid to have dug out.
Probably. You know, he's in that aluminum boat contingency. They tend to find out of the way things. Everywhere they go.
Everywhere. He's really just one bite away from possibly leading this event.
Or at least shaking things up even more than he already has this afternoon. Just a few minutes left in our broadcast day, Bradley, and of course the live stream will cut at 2 p.m. but our anglers, the first flight not due until 3. So, and then you heard that last flight's 4:30 today, so a lot of time left. Whenever we go off air, lots of things will change. You can, of course, keep up on the WayLive app, tnpfl.com. We're going to take one last look at the folks that make this all possible here at the NPFL. And we'll be back with a few more minutes of action from the Harris Chain of Lakes, presented by Fisherman Central.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Yeah. Berkeley.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to Lake County, Florida, the city of Leesburg, and taking a look at the unofficial leaderboard here from the Harris Chain. And a little shake up there. We've been used to seeing that name River Lee at the top unofficially all day, but Bobby Lanham, who got off to a big start this morning, the big cat caught up with him, kind of slowed down in that middle portion of the day, but as the afternoon has grown on, Bobby's apparently making moves out there. He has jumped River Lee unofficially. In first place, Bobby Lanham. Second place, River Lee. John Cox, the one and not only John Cox. Can't have a name like John Cox and come to the Harris Chain and not catch him. I think that's pretty much a standard thing down here. Keith Carson in fourth place. Jake Boomer, Mike Nugent, Dale Prinky.
Prinky in the top 10.
Fat Cat's man right there. Looking like we could get to cover some Dale Prinky tomorrow. I hope that's the case. Chris Canute in eighth place. John Hookup, Soakup, and Matt Mollahan winding down the standings there. And
Dude,
Bradley, the amazing thing is, we said it earlier, it was like 12 pounds was 10th unofficially, 13 pounds. And now what we're seeing, those weights, just like we anticipated, are getting a little bit higher and higher and higher unofficially as it goes along. And I'm still thinking that 12-pound a day, 36-pound mark for that 36th place check could definitely be the case on Showdown Saturday. And the top 10 unofficially right now, 14 pounds. But what do you think at the day's end we'll see that be officially at the drive-through weigh-in?
You know, you may be right with the 12. I like looking at that top 10 cut, and it's steadily growing. I mean, we're almost to 15 pounds right now, and that's strong, man. And that's what I look for Harris Chain to show out and what it to do. Probably going to have multiple bags over 20 pounds today at weigh-in, and excited to see that. Like you said, we still got a long ways to go. Some of these guys still don't check in until 4:30.
Long day.
Long day. So there's still quite a bit of fishing left for a few of the guys, and a lot of guys are having to pack their stuff up and come in right now.
There's no doubt about it. And I would say, and this was kind of my thought coming in today, is that 10th place would hover around 16, 17 pounds based on talking to guys. And I still think we'll get there unofficially. We're at 15, but I think that's probably a little light for what we'll see after the drive-through weigh-in. And not to mention we've got guys like Sheldon Collins, who we've covered a little bit today, but unofficially is in last place. He didn't update that weigh live tracker, so that is why it's very important to realize this is all unofficial, and you got to be there to watch that weigh-in at 3 p.m. But great day so far. Huge bass from Rob Turkla.
Fireworks right out of the gate this morning.
That just has lit up the internet. I've been hearing about it, over and over.
It was
and over.
It was a handle stopper, dude.
That's right. Handle stopper.
It was a handle stopper.
That's a Hallman handle stopper. We need a graphic made for that. The Hallman handle stopper of the day. But the Kissimmee grass definitely taking over, just like you anticipated. But John Cox in third place. The boat docks.
Yep,
starting to play.
Boat docks, and we're seeing a little bit of the canal work as well.
The Weigh Live app is just that. It is live. And as we're talking, I just happened to glance down, and Dale Prinky, Fat Cat's guy, has unofficially jumped Keith Carson for the fourth place spot now. Fat Cat called it, man. If he is right about something, we're never going to hear the end of it.
He's nailed this one, because I'm telling you, he told both of us at lunch, it's Dale Prinky for me all week, guys. I've got a feeling on this. Prinky to the end.
Prinky's one of my favorite anglers out here, and I can't wait. Of course, tomorrow here at the Harris Chain, we will be covering the top 10. Today, we kind of pick and choose who we're going to have on camera, based on location and different things. But tomorrow, the top 10. So the guys on camera will be the ones that figured out the best on day one, and then the same thing will happen on day 3. Showdown Saturday, we will take that top 10 going into that final round with a chance to win $50,000. Of course, no cuts on the National Professional Fishing League. A lot of professional trails cut to the top 50, top 20. all 103 anglers fish all 3 days. So that creates some moving and shaking, but there are 2 tournaments going on. I say it all the time. One is that race for $50,000 up in the first place spot, but $9,000 checks all the way down to 36th place. So that's an interesting battle there as well, because we all know these guys fishing for cash. That's the most important thing. You pay your entry fee, you want to win some money. So we like to keep up with both of those, but lots of movement.
Lots of movement going on.
This afternoon, Florida's heating up, man, and I hate that we're going to have to get off the air in a few minutes, I'll be honest.
Tomorrow morning, bring your knives and forks, because we're having the meat. It's going to go down
I
tomorrow.
like that.
That's what's going to happen. Tomorrow's going to be the meat.
Will we see a Hallman handle stopper bigger than Rob Turkley? He weighted on his scales in his boat unofficially around 8 pounds.
We're definitely going to see some more handle stoppers before this week's over.
I think we're going to see something bigger than that. Could see one of those today, we hope. We've certainly seen a lot of action out there on the Harris chain today, all day long, from Derek Blake swimming a jig to River Lee and his flipping stick. And, of course,
the topwater worm, dude.
Keith Carson, amazing, amazing day so far. Struggled early and then turns it into unofficially right under 17 pounds in our top 5. And I think if you're any of the other guys, no matter what you weigh today, you don't want Keith sneaking around the top in any way going into day 2 and then Showdown Saturday. And he didn't lose it today, right? That's a cliche saying in tournament fishing, but you can lose a tournament. You can't win them on day 1, but you can lose them, and Keith protected that today. I still think we got a chance to see him go back-to-back, and I can't wait to see how it plays out, man. It's going to be a fun week. Of course, John Hookup, Soak Up. We got right there in the mix. And a name that's popping up unofficially now, too. David Gaston. He's second place in our AOI. Talked to him at the meeting.
Yep.
Nothing but bad things to say about the Harris chain and his practice.
Right outside the top 10 and 11th.
Right. Unofficially with 14 pounds. Things are really going to get interesting in that AOI race after this tournament going into the second half of the year for sure, because the guys that have been catching them, Pravanazacks, Sokups, Carsons, Gassons, they're all right here again today. So I think we're going to get to take a look now at a little highlight package from day 1 here, the National Professional Fishing League at the Harris Chain of Lakes, presented by Fisherman Central. Of course, Roane County's own Tennessee boy, Derek Blake, went to work this morning swimming a jig. Really mixed in a 2-prong approach. He was telling me last night he planned on doing this, swimming his white jig and then flipping the Kissimmee grass, and we saw both things play for Derek.
Flipping her. There he is.
Derek, one of our better shallow water anglers in the field. Of course, we saw John Cox working those docks, unofficially to be in 3rd place. Scott Siller started his day on the docks, got off to a quick start, a little slower for him throughout the day. Never could connect with any more of those good bass, at least up until this point. Shane Cole, who kept the flipping stick in his hand, but had a tough
Here we go.
go of it.
Here we go. Stay on, babe.
And the man,
the afternoon explosions.
Afternoon Delight with Keith Carson. Back to back. 4-pounders. Just when you thought he was out of it, scrambling, he says, no, sir. No, sir, boys. You're not on my home turf. I'm at least going to be in the mix. And he's still got a lot of time left to fish today.
If I can get him in the boat, easy,
Ryan
girl.
Tyler, who was really nervous about having a camera today, but it seemed like he had a big time in front of our MPFL live audience. Look at some of the locals hanging around here on the Harris Chain.
Another
Lakes.
one. Same.
Speaking of a local, that hangs around the Harris Chain. Good look at Scott Siller, that big fish from this morning, a little shy of 6 pounds, he said. Under a dock, vibrating jig. He professed his love to early this morning. I'm sure he still loves her this afternoon just as much as he did this morning. Matt Massey getting after it offshore. We've seen Jeff Fitz fishing some dock. Sheldon Collings, who on the Way Live leaderboard has not updated it, so we don't know what he's got. I think he's got a pretty good bag in there. He's going to be in the mix for sure going into day 2. And the guy that's been at top most of the day, River Lee. Will he hang on to that top 5 spot officially at the end of the day? We will see at the drive-thru weigh-in 3 p.m. here at Venetian Gardens. We thank each and every one of you for sticking with us today. The National Professional Fishing League Stop number 3 presented by Fisherman Central. Bradley Hallman, appreciate you being here, sir.
Having me.
Thanks to Fat Cat Dude for getting out there, getting a sunburn and chasing these guys down all day. He's had fun out there on the chain. We hope each of you will join us again tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. Eastern time. I almost screwed up. That's the Tennessee boy in me right there. Eastern time, 8 a.m. in the morning on TNPFL.com, YouTube, and Facebook. Come see all these big bass tomorrow from the Harris Chain of Lakes in Lake County, Florida. We'll see you tomorrow.